now. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I will call roll.
Great, thanks.
Councilmember Medicus. Councilmember Medicus, you're self-muted.
Aye.
Chair Brunner.
Aye.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellett.
Aye.
Mayor Cardona.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
Aye.
Councilmember Reeds.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. And if you can bring back up the second motion, then this is to adopt the budget. And again, it's just to send it, the board's adoption to council, which can always make changes. Then it would come back to the board to adopt the council changes or, review them essentially. So can I get a second motion?
And this is Roxy Stevens. If there's any changes that you want to propose at this or adopt at this time in the budget that you're going to submit to council, you have the ability to do it now.
I'll make the motion for the board to adopt the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget for the City of Sunset Valley Crime Control and Prevention District with identified changes, if any, which I don't believe there were any additional changes this evening, and submit the final adopted budget to the Sunset Valley City Council for approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it, and I'd like discussion.
Okay, so it's been seconded by board member Rosengarten, and that opens it up for discussion.
I'd like
Sylvia, would you, now that we have a motion, would you recite that number of what the balance should be based on this motion? The
Yes.
balance in the crime control.
$17,088.
Can you show me where it is?
Yes, here at the very bottom of the screen.
Okay, I'm looking. I see it. Okay, Crime Control Tax Fund. How much money does the city expect to be in the bank at the end of the year after spending? Okay.
Yes.
17,088. Okay. I wanted to ask this question. Has anybody thought about reducing take-home vehicles right now? One of the things that was discussed, it was another, what was it? I forget the state. Philadelphia or someone, they said they are banning all take-home vehicles because it lets people know where police officers live. And if there is crime on police officers right now, do we want to have them driving home telling everybody where they live?
Chief Carter is on. I'll let Chief address that.
Councilmember Rosengarten, I have thought of this and I've brought it up over the years, and I've deferred to our city administrator and chief. And then Sylvia or Chief, could you tell us what the total is for this per year? I know that It's changed. I think we reduced it somewhere in the last few years.
Chief, unmute yourself, please. I see your hand up, but you're self-muted. And while you're doing that, I will get the information up on the screen.
Okay. I guess I'll start with the question about the visibility of the take-home vehicles. The two take-home vehicles that we have are both unmarked vehicles. And I mean, our police officers go to lunch every day. They're around the community every day. That I'm not worried about any danger of anybody targeting them at home. I mean,
Chief, I thought there were 3 take-home vehicles, not 2.
there's just 2.
Okay, so do you mind me asking who takes home vehicles?
I have a take-home vehicle, and Lieutenant has a take-home vehicle as well.
I thought
Sergeant, the detective takes his truck home as well. So there's 3. There are 3.
There are 3. Okay, I remember 3. But they're all 3 unmarked?
They're all unmarked. One of them used to be a patrol car, but all the markings have been taken off of it. And then the other two, one is a Chevy Impala 2013, and the other is a black Ford Explorer.
Okay. Thank you for that info. I appreciate it. We are
Mhm.
concerned and we want you to know that we support Blue.
Of course, thank you very much. And
You bet.
the officers, we all feel everybody's support here, and we know what's going on nationally, but I mean, we just don't feel that here. So whether it be our residents or the people here that come here to shop, we haven't been experiencing any of the some of the negative stuff that they're putting up with in other cities.
Chief, could you answer two questions? One, which is what was the amount used this year, and then how much do we have budgeted for the next fiscal year, just to give it context of how much of our total city budget we're talking about
The amount used for what? I didn't.
for the take home. How much was utilized in the current year budget, and how much is proposed for the next year's budget?
See.
Or Sylvia, either one of you, whoever.
Yeah, that's going to be incorporated into fuel. Previously, we had $25,000 budgeted. It's projected to end at $20,300, and then this year it's been reduced to $19,000.
But when you say that, that's not 19,000 for the take home program. That's 19,000 for fuel for the whole.
Yes,
That's the entire fleet.
yes.
Okay. So again, if we were looking just at this program, do we have an approximation of how much is used of city resources per year for this?
You could say gas, but I mean, we would use that gas if we if we left them there, we would still drive them. So I'd say approximately maybe $1,200
Total per year.
total per year.
Okay. And then does it incur additional maintenance costs having those 3 unmarked cars in our fleet?
By having the 3 unmarked cars, we're probably reducing maintenance costs because you have somebody taking care of them. If we just left them there,
Sorry, let me ask the question a different way. We're not keeping those in our fleet just for this purpose, for this program. They're in our fleet being used for other department purposes.
That's right. That's right. They're
Okay.
not. We auction
And then-
off extras.
And then my last question, if there were an officer, to Councilman Rosengarten's point, if there was an officer who came to you and said, this does not feel safe to me, this is not a requirement. The 3 officers that are allowed to utilize this program, they could opt out of it if they came to you and said they did not want, including yourself. You could choose to say, I don't want to take a car home.
That's correct. That's correct. I mean, that's completely up to the officers. And
This is Phil. I have a question, if I may, along the lines of the cost of these. So we're using cars that would not be used for anything else, and I understand that. The question I want to ask is, 3 years from now, these cars fall apart because they come to the end of their life. And are we saying then we would then go out and spend, let's just say it's $40,000 a car, $120,000 on cars? Or would we just say that's the end of the program?
Councilmember
No,
Ella, it's the opposite of what you just said. These cars are being utilized for other departmental purposes.
and we rotate them out. These cars, the oldest patrol cars, when we buy a new patrol car for the patrol officers, we rotate those vehicles into the take-home fleet. So they're the older vehicles that we get.
So there wouldn't be a surprise in 3 years saying we have to spend X number of dollars to replace a take-home car. That would be taken care of by a normal rotation of an existing patrol car or something of that nature. That's the point I'm making.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes,
that
and
answers
for
my
residents
question.
who refer to take-home cars, there isn't such thing as an individually designated take-home cars. The take-home cars, again, to what Chief just said, they're part of the normal day-to-day fleet. The thing that makes them unique is that they're unmarked. So Chief, my follow-up question would be, as those 3 unmarked rotate out of our fleet, is there a process where as you rotate bump cars down, you remove the markings so that you always have 3 unmarked cars in our fleet?
Yes, and
Okay.
the others get sold at auction. So before we sell any of the cars, we
You have
strip
to
all
unmark.
the markings off of them.
Okay, that's all I had for questions. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion on this item or this motion?
That's it.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Okay. Councilmember Medicus.
Aye.
Chair Bruner.
Aye.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellett.
Aye.
Mayor Cardona.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
Aye.
Councilmember Reeds.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Sylvia,
Okay.
could I ask one question before we adjourn? Or maybe this is for the chairman, is the entire current council and you, the board? I mean, does that mean we have an additional member than what we used to have?
It does, and I think just by the way we set it up originally, we chose from among the council the president, and we never had a formal action to remove the president, but the board always consists of the council, and so
Got
that's
it.
why we
So
have the,
we sort of de facto ended up with an extra.
correct. And so I think one thing for the board to consider as a future agenda item is modifying the current makeup to be only current council and revising the president. So that's something we can consider for future agenda item, certainly.
Motion to adjourn?
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right. We are adjourned at
You didn't ask for the names. Maybe somebody doesn't want to adjourn.
You guys move so quickly. Councilmember Medicus.
Okay, you went. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Chair Bruner.
Aye.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellett.
Aye.
Mayor Cardona.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
Aye.
Councilmember Reeds.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right. We are adjourned at 4:55, and we'll be able to proceed to the next part of the meeting. And I don't know if you're just planning on going straight into it, Rose, or if you're going to pick up at 5 o'clock. I don't know if it's a time.
No, I'll do right by it. So I will. Everybody can stay on or go do what they need to do for a few minutes, and I will rejoin at 5.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Why is that painful?
Sylvia, you're not muted.
Hello?
Hi, Phil.
Hey, who's that?
Sylvia.
Hey, Sylvia, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Sylvia,
doing
I'm
good.
ready whenever you are.
Okay, I think Matt's making you an organizer. Yes, you're now an organizer, and I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Okay, Sylvia, if you could please note each council member's name and whether they're present or not.
Okay. Councilmember Medicus is present. Councilmember Gonzalez is present. Councilmember Ellett is present. Councilmember Rosengarten is present, and Councilmember Reeds is present.
Great. It is 5:02 p.m. calling to session regular city council meeting for the city of Sunset Valley, Texas for Tuesday, September 15th, 2020. This evening, we are starting 1 hour early to allow for a budget workshop. And so the number one rule of this workshop is everything within the budget is up for discussion, and absolutely no action can occur during the work session. We estimate that the work session will go for approximately 1 hour. I will actually look to council members if we want to end that early or extend it past 6 p.m. Technically, we have up until 10 p.m. to get through the work session along with the other items on our agenda this evening. And so with that, Sylvia, I'll hand it to you if there's any cleanup or anything that you think would be important to highlight. And then I would ask that at some point you have the ability to quickly toggle and show us the proposed changes that council, sort of where we left off at the end of last work session, so that council members can either add to that list or if it's through discussion in the work session, if there's other notes that we want to add before we move into our deliberation item in the regular council meeting.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to start off by starting in OpenGov, and the item in OpenGov, it was a build as you go. So your budget submittal and the process, the timeline, how we got here, and the budget at a glance is what was filed and presented to the council, which had $292,158 falling back to general fund reserves. And the other funds made it a combination of $516,891, which to balance a budget, those amounts would be transferred to reserves in each of the appropriate funds. There was some corrections and cleanup that were made, and there was also some recommendations by the city council, which will now show a balance of $437,000 with $206,951 falling to general fund reserve, and these amounts in each of those appropriate reserves, including the $17,088 that would fall into back to the crime control tax fund from the prior meeting that we just had. Councilmember Rosengarten has her hand up.
Sorry, Sylvia, I thought you were going to unmute her. There you go, Councilmember Rosengarten.
Sylvia, I'd love to follow along in a bigger screen with what you're showing. I'm in OpenGov. How do I get to this page?
If you go to
proposal.
Yes, if you go to this exact page where I'm on, it's on Mayor Cardona's proposed budget. It's in a story.
Oh, it's the one on Sunset Valley page, or is it in OpenGov?
It's in OpenGov.
Okay, I'm on Mayor's proposal, and what I see is a bunch of graphs and general operating fund, utility enterprise, Mayor's working docs. Okay.
Let me see. It's in our transparency portal as well.
Transparency. How do you? Okay, visitor. Transparency portal. Where do you get there?
It should be over on the left-hand side. There should be a toggle that says portal.
Okay, I see it. I've clicked on it.
You
All
should
right.
be,
Analytics, engagement, got it. And you're down on reports, got it. I'm on the third one. What does that say? Nope, you're one above, stories, okay?
stories, yes. And then if you go to Mayor Cardona's proposed budget and view it,
And viewed, got it.
there you go.
Okay, got it. Excellent.
Yes, that'll take you perfectly. And so
Yeah.
what you will see in OpenGov is when the mayor submitted her proposal and the changes among each of the funds that has occurred. So after we spoke at the last council meeting, the council made some recommendations, and those recommendations are as follows. So Councilmember Gonzalez found an error in software maintenance, and so that was $40,713 that went into each of the appropriate funds, and it resulted in some corrections to the crime control fund, which is why crime control now has a positive balance. The public works director had a prior start date of 10/1. There's been some monies added to give it a, the start date was January 1 of 2021. There's been some monies added to create that start date to be 10/1 as opposed to October as opposed to January. There was a request by Councilmember Medicus to add the $4,000 of offsite storage costs back until we developed a better plan to handle our offsite storage. There was a request by Councilmember Reeds and Councilmember Ellett to increase $2,500 into the CED request for volunteer and business appreciation. There was an item by Mayor Cardona for farmers market. In addition to the $10,000 of hot fund that was already in the budget, to add an additional $30,000 from the general fund. Councilmember Reeds made a motion to also fund the items that were in what we were calling the parking lot, which included spring fling, business to business, a holiday event, library card reimbursement, which is a very popular item, the youth program, community gardens, our energy conservation, our pollution control, the supplies that would supply that youth program, $5,000 to the Arts Commission, and $4,500 in tuition reimbursement back in as a staff benefit. A request for 2 maintenance techs that would equal $93,174. And my suggestion is updating our service credit as opposed to 100% service credit to 50% service credit, which would be an annual savings of $29,880. If all of those changes are adopted in the budget, this is where we end the year. And the final balance of the budget would end up with a motion transferring this amount into general fund reserves and these amounts into each appropriate line item account into the reserve account.
Except we don't anticipate, I mean, this is a little bit misleading because we haven't adopted all of those.
Correct.
Item number 8, is that from last week's workshop, or that one has been added in between the previous work session and this one?
I believe that one has been added. I don't believe we have the final number.
That one you might need to give everybody more information. And then in my opinion, there are some things on here that still need to be pulled out or not included, but I kind of trust that that's gonna happen on its own. But could you add an item 9, which covers, I believe there was some additional training money that Councilmember Gonzalez, and again, I didn't talk to anybody, so I don't know, you may know, or one of them can maybe, I think we might need to add another proposed addition for training funds. And that's all I'm aware of. So between the last work session and this work session, Also taking into account comments that were made through OpenGov, I don't see any additional proposed amendments for council to consider this evening. Councilmember Rosengarten.
This page that we're looking at, I remember seeing it before. Is that in last council meeting report? Or
Yes.
is that, because it's not in OpenGov?
It's in OpenGov in the stories. You're right, that Word document is not. This is if each of the proposed changes. That particular Word document, no, is not.
Okay,
Oh, maybe, let's see.
because I'd like to have it in front of me so I can analyze.
There you go, Councilmember Rosengarten. If you click here on the screen, you'll see that detailed list come up.
Okay, put your cursor where I see it. Okay, there, and that's when it comes up. Got it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Because
And actually,
asking the question and other council is not, but by me asking the question, now we all know. I'm going to assume they all are 2 steps ahead of me. Okay, I'm looking for that here. And okay, I saw it on your screen, but I am not finding it on my screen right now.
I just typed number 9. Number 9 is a recent type that I just typed in response to the mayor's comment.
Yeah, I'm where you showed me where to click on here. I'm looking for the word here there it is. OpenGov, there it is. Public comments are welcome. Click here to share your comments. Nope, that's not it.
Yep. It's under, it's in the green box right under 437-915 proposed amendments to the mayor's budget.
Got it. I asked too soon.
There you go.
Got it. All right. Okay, so this one I want to save and have in front of me constantly. Okay. Got it. All right.
So council member Gonzalez raised an issue about the concern about Class C licenses, and Councilmember Gonzalez, or Councilmember Reeds, either one of you are welcome to. And Councilmember Reeds has her hand up.
Okay, I can speak to that. So we had a COVID, Daniel Pepin had COVID and he was out for 2 weeks, and he is our licensee operator. And the issue is that we have to have supervision, or that that our licensee operators still have to be supervised by our licensee operator. And you can do remote access, but if there is a problem where someone is really incapacitated and cannot be available, then we would need to perhaps contract with a neighboring city or an operations company to do this. And so what I did is suggested that we add some money in the budget just for this if needed. And this would cover any vacation time that Mr. Pepin would choose to take off. And so I really don't anticipate this being spent. If it is spent, it would probably be just a small portion, but it is just good practice to put it in the budget. And then the $2,000 additional education for public works staff is to get our current license D operators up to a license C. I think both of them can test within the next year. So this problem will go away once we have additional Class C operators. And if we hire a public works director with the Class C director, this problem goes away also. So I would suggest adding these line items to the budget and with very specific instructions so that next year we won't need it next year if we get more C licenses, and so we can just cut it from the budget. So for next year's budget. So those are my thoughts on that one. The other thought I want to bring up is the maintenance tax. One, I'd like to hear from you, Sylvia, if on the need for this. It does seem to be this is redundant in the sense that if we are adding 60,000 to the maintenance contract, then this would be a redundant expense. And so I would be in favor of one or the other. I do like the opportunity to try Texas Landscapes to see how that works out, because once you add the two maintenance tax, that's a year after year after year expense, and it is about $33,000 more per year, and that will just increase over time. So those are my two thoughts on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Reeds, in regards to the maintenance tax, I too believe it should be one or the other. I don't know how much quote unquote free time the staff will have if Texascapes takes over and does all of the right-of-way mowing and is also managed by either Carolyn or Sam. And my hope is that Sam, because the green space becomes as a project as the need arises. And so Sam begins to manage that contract. I don't know exactly what's left after that big portion. My hope is that we're going to start focusing on water, wastewater, drainage, and streets. Water and wastewater being the two primary focus. And we do have drainage issues. We have the retention ponds and those kinds of things. So if I go back to super basics and what's a municipality required to provide, there's a lot of things we can outsource, and mowing is probably the easiest one. Water, wastewater becomes a little bit more difficult. So it would be my hope that we go with the Texascapes contract and they revisit if one, we see a need, or two, revenues begins to pick up and there are additional services that we'd like to provide.
So this is something that we could add later if we need be by a budget amendment.
Correct.
Okay, that would be my vote.
Councilmember Reitz, I would add to what Sylvia said, since she's only been here for 1 year. These two maintenance techs previously didn't exist in our organizational chart. They were initially brought on from our previous public works director, convincing budget and finance and council that it was actually cheaper and more efficient to hire these people full-time than to continue hiring them on as contract labor, which is what we had been previously doing. So basically what we're suggesting doing now is what the past public works director said, well, that's actually not what's cheapest. Well, now Sylvia has pointed out it actually is. So it's cheaper for us to contract out through Texascapes than it is to have two maintenance techs. Now, if what we discover over the next year is that we actually have a need within Public Works under the new Public Works Director for additional staff, I think to your point, it could be a budget amendment or it could be part of next year's budget, but done in a more cohesive way where we determine what's the job title, what's the duties, what is it that they need to be doing. But if it is truly just mowing and landscape, then Sylvia has clearly pointed out to me this year that it is definitely cheaper for the organization to go back to what we used to do, which is to do that through contract labor.
And it would also save on wear and tear on all of our equipment also.
Correct.
Correct. Wear and tear on the equipment and insurance and fuel. So it's a multiplier effect, and the mowers are high maintenance type equipments. Their lifespan is 5 to 10 years on the private side, but we use them significantly more, and they're not super expensive pieces of equipment, meaning they're $5,000 to $6,000, but they are still pieces of equipment that will get replaced a lot sooner by a city than they would by John Q. Public.
Oh, absolutely.
Councilmember Rosengarten had her hand up.
What I'd like to do, this is Rudy. What I'd like to know is how we're going through this list. Is each one of us going through the whole list individually, or are we going one by one and saying, okay, how do you feel about number one? How do you feel about number two, and so on? Because I don't want to get anything missed.
So Councilmember Rosengarten, since we're in the work session, I'm just unmuting you all as you raise your hand. So everybody, to the request that you had made last week during the work session, everybody can just sort of discuss openly. When we get into deliberation, I'm going to be looking for a little bit more order in getting us to the end of this. And so I will be looking for either one motion that says motion to approve the mayor's budget with the following adoption of one, and you could list the numbers here, motion to approve the mayor's budget, including items number 1, 4, 6, 7, not including, just make a motion that approves the whole budget, or we can go through and do a motion for each one of these and then do a sweeping motion at the end that says, motion to approve the budget, including all of the action that was just taken. But during the work session, it's really up to you guys to discuss any and everything within the budget, including allowing the public to discuss items where there's still confusion.
All right, but we still have to raise our hand. We don't have open mics continually.
No, you all, as soon as one of you guys raises your hand, you have an open mic. So that's why
All
I've
right.
been.
I've been on 20 minutes, Mayor, and I haven't been able to get through.
You have a hot mic though, Melissa. So
Now I
jump
do,
on in.
but I couldn't talk for 20 minutes.
So knowing how the process is going to go, so number 2, what I want to know is what was the reasoning for moving it from January 1st, 2021 to 10/1/2020? We are still in COVID. We are still worried about having too many people and worried about expenses. So why would we move that time up?
I don't think we should, because even if you budget it for January 1 and we approve the budget tonight, it's going to take us until January 1 to fill that position.
So if it gets approved as is, as 10/1, does it get written in stone that on 10/1 we have to hire someone?
No, because that's
No.
not possible.
Okay. Then on I agree with number 3. Number 4, meant to count to by increasing to cover. See, here, I could go either way on number 4. Number 5, I definitely want to talk about number 5 in length. Number 1, on 5, why would we go ahead and give an additional $30,000 to a farmer's market that basically breached contract? Miller Gray did an open hot mic, and we said, adios, Miller Gray, you need to resign, and they resigned. Here we have someone who did not even follow contract, and we're talking about giving them exactly what they got before. It's as though we are acting as though we don't know that they breached contract, and we're just saying, do business as usual, no punishment whatsoever. So on farmers market, I would either go back to 0 funds, and I'd like to know from Joy, and I wish I would have got that opportunity to ask her when we had her last week, would she come to Sunset Valley if we gave her no money? Would she still promote and do a Sunset Valley farmers market? I'd like to know number 2, would we be better off with another manager? And I've already talked with the Barton Creek Farmers Market manager, and she's ready to go, and she would take it on. She would also like the opportunity to start on a Sunday versus on a Saturday. And she thinks the location on Kohl's parking lot, because their parking lot is never totally full, to doing it over on the Kohl's parking lot, because when it rains, you've got a muddy mess. She thinks that location would be a great location. She does it at Barton Creek parking lot, and they have more vendors than we have. They have some overlapping vendors like Johnson Farms. I remember seeing them there, and I saw them here at our farmers market. So I really need to talk about the farmers market in length, and I'd love for that to be where we have got to do something other than just pretend they didn't do anything wrong.
I would just, I can do this very quickly. I don't think that they breached contract. I think that that falls squarely on staff. I think it falls on Sylvia and council. I don't think that we can blame SFC. I do think that they need to improve communications, which I've talked to Joy about that. I think Joy should be our point of contact. I was not satisfied with Amy or Ben through COVID. I thought they both had a somewhat flippant attitude, which I made that clear in a public meeting with Amy in the room. But in terms of using the term breach of contract, I think that's too much. I think that's too strong. And that indicates that staff is not responsible for approving or disapproving advertisements and making sure that those hot funds were spent appropriately. And I do think that in the upcoming year, regardless of how much money we give them, we as a council, staff, and whatever farmers market, SFC, or whoever we work with in the future, we need to do a better job of following the contract. And that's it. The other items you brought up, Councilmember Rosengarten, those are fair for discussion, and I don't have anything to add to that.
And I'm going to agree to disagree on number 5 with you.
So if I may add some points, this is Wanda. My concern on the farmers market, and yeah, I don't believe it was a breach of contract per se. I believe it was not handled well on our side, but also not handled well on their side. I do believe that the farmers market, as it currently is, could use some improvement in the nicest way possible that I'm saying that. In looking at other farmers markets, we the number of our vendors are about half or less than other markets. So I think there's some changes that need to be made. My concern is that if we, I don't have a problem with the budget per se of putting money in the budget for it. And I like it just to be to the farmers market. My problem will be is signing a contract for a year when we might want to look at alternatives. We might want to look at an alternative day, as Rudy suggested, and we might want to look at an alternative manager of it. So I would like that flexibility to do that, but I am okay with the actual dollar amount. So I thought.
This is Phil. If I can comment on discussion that's going on the farmers market. I think we benefit from having a farmers market. I think it's something that I like. I think it's something that, if done right, it can bring people to this area. Having said all that, it's not. I don't think the farmers market today is of the standard it can be. And so, if we do go into a situation where we're going to continue funding them, which I'm fine if we decide that, there has to be some parameters put on their performance, I think, of how they're going to improve it. You know, one of the things I think we should look at is maybe a quarterly report from them that shows them the number of vendors there, the number of vendors they expect to add to it, you know, the attendance, and some breakdown of the demographics of the people spending money there. That was information that was actually volunteered by Amy, who said they could determine, you know, the number of attendees accurately, and they could also give us the breakdown of the demographic. We have not received that. And I look at some information, just taking it off of their publicly disclosed information. Our farmers market that they run has a total of 25 vendors. The one they run downtown has 42. So to echo the comments of Councilmember Reitz, we seem to be underrepresented in terms of the number of vendors. So I like the idea of a farmers market. I think it is a benefit to the city, but we've got to improve what we have. And we got to make it something that, you know, is synonymous with the quality of living in Sunset Valley. So I don't know how we get there. Do they deliberately breach a contract? I don't think so. Do I think they're sloppy? Yes. Do I think in the past we were sloppy? Yes. So I think we have to have a discussion to say if we're going to go forward for it, which I'm okay to do, what are the parameters we're going to put around them? How are we going to hold them accountable? And what's going to be the improvement they're going to deliver? So that's my comment there.
So, council members, the contract is not for discussion tonight, simply the amounts allocated. And if we can't reach agreement in the contract, then the contract is simply not here because one, there was a change from just hot funds as it was last year. And two, I wasn't sure what identifiable pot council was going to vote to approve it. So each pot comes with its own little caveats. So the contract is expected to be on the agenda in October, so we can have the discussion at that point as to what they want the performance metrics to be for any identifiable funds that are allocated.
So this is Councilmember Medicus. I had my hand up. Can I speak?
Open work session.
Okay, so I believe that there's culpability all the way around for where we were with the farmers market. So acknowledging that, which I've heard other people acknowledge too, I believe we can go forward and work with them to come up with a contract that does provide for some measurement and some open communication back and forth and regular communication. I would not necessarily want to see us go to the former contractor without first understanding why they left Sunset Valley and the issues that were present at that point in time. I'm in favor of sticking with Sustainable Food Center and spending the $30,000 to support the farmers. If we make it more attractive for the farmers to be here and less costly for them, we might attract more farmers, but we can work that all out in a contract. So I'm in favor in putting this $30,000 in the general fund budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosengarten. I just now realized you were saying that the farmers market at the Barton Creek Mall, they want to come back.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were talking about the market at Mueller. Okay,
Yep.
I would be wholeheartedly, completely and totally opposed to us going back to a contractor that we clearly had bad blood, bad exit, and they also had bad blood with AISD. So I don't know why we would go back
Tell me
to
what
that.
happened? Why was there bad blood?
I think that doesn't even play into this work session, and that would certainly be worth you talking to me offline, or even having Sylvia put together something in writing that's shared with the whole council. You could also talk to Joy about that, but Salila and her farmers market, there were multiple issues that residents had with that farmers market, and they also had issues with AISD. So that market did not leave on good terms.
Yes.
I need to find out what exactly was going on, because she says she was out of town at the time when she was being accused of things that she said were not happening, and she didn't get a chance to defend herself. But I'll stop that discussion so we can discuss that at another time. Okay, but tonight, speaking of the budget, once again, I'd like to go versus a year contract. I agree with Councilmember Reeds. I'd prefer to do either a month to month or quarterly and see how things go.
And then to the question that was brought up, I mentioned this at the last meeting. I'd just like to remind the entire city, we contract with them for a lease. That's actually done through AISD, not us. It's sort of a pass through. So we don't get to solely control that. We can choose to give them money, in which case there's a contract that governs how that money is given to them. But ultimately, they are a special use permit, which means they have the right to request that special use permit. We can then either approve it or deny it. So we can choose not to give them money, but that is a separate issue from whether or not they want to be in the city or can be in the city, similar to JDRF. The two are not intrinsically connected to each other. And if Salila really wanted to do a Sunday market and she sincerely is ready to go, why isn't she submitting a special use permit? Because there's nothing stopping her from submitting a special use permit for a Sunday market.
Because she's waiting to see if she will be welcomed back and if she'll get advertising dollars.
Oh, she wants money.
Right.
Yeah.
Is Carolyn on this line?
Remember, Mayor Cardona, do you remember back in 2018 where we got a letter from SFC stating that they felt that they had a 32% decrease in the farmers market, and they felt that Sundays would be a better opportunity to do a farmers market, but then they didn't switch to a Sunday. Why?
Yes, that was when Alex was leading the charge, and so I do remember that, but I don't remember what happened with that, if there was a reason that they backed away from that. But yes, I do remember that.
Can I ask some questions, or are you still talking, Rudy? Councilmember Rosengarten.
You can jump in at any time and we can all talk together.
Okay, that'd be great. Is Carolyn also on this call?
Yes, I'm on this call.
Carolyn, could you clarify some things, because there were some statements made, and I just want to make sure that they're accurate. We had 13 staff, I think at the beginning of the previous year, and can you tell me how many of those were techs?
So yes, we previously had 5 maintenance techs. So we had 3 prior to I think it was the 2018, 2019 kind of budget. So we had 3 previous techs before we changed and added the other 2 techs on. So we did have 5 total techs.
Okay, that was my memory. And so I'm not saying that we're adding back the ones that we added that Katie was doing. I'm just getting us to the original 3, right? Because we only have 1 tech right now. Is that correct?
No, we have 2 techs right now. So we did have 1 tech offer he resigned to go work for the city of Austin, but we were able to recall one of the techs who were laid off. So we do have 2 techs right now. But like I said, we did previously have 3.
You have 2 techs and a temp. You have 2 techs and a temp tech.
We have somebody who's working temporarily, yes.
Okay, so all right. I was in favor in getting us back into the position where we were before the 2 extras, and so I'm all right with just getting us to where we have 3 techs, especially in this time of COVID, and that's the flexibility that I'm looking for, because then each department would have a tech that we ought to have, as Alfonso said. So I'm not necessarily in favor of the 2 maintenance techs. If we can just get to the 3 again, and I think that we get the mowing back done, and then I think we could cut back on the mowing. So that's what I'd like to get us to. I don't think we necessarily have to have 2 additional techs, but I would like to get us to the 3 that we had, especially during COVID. So that would be my suggestion, is that we get back to having 3 techs. And in a situation where we have a leak, we need 4 people on deck, and preferably 4 not dead people from having been up doing another project the night before. And otherwise we can't even deal with a water emergency. And we were down to, was that just 2 people and an additional person when we had the worst of it, Carolyn? How bad, how short were we in the last week or 2 weeks?
Yeah, we were down to about 3 people total during most of last week, during different parts of last week. Yeah.
So we couldn't even handle a water emergency with the amount of people we have right now, and that causes me concern. And so I think at least 1 additional tech right now would be a really helpful thing, so that we could at least clearly handle water emergencies.
Is that 3 without the temp?
I'm sorry?
Is that 3 people without the temp, Carolyn, counted? Because the only one that was out was Daniel.
No, we had David out during different parts of last week, and Sam was out for a doctor's appointment at a different time. So on a couple of days, there was one day at least that it was me and 1 other tech and the temp.
Yeah. And that's without COVID hitting us hard. I mean, those are. So that's, I just think that we really do need at least 1 more maintenance tech then, because now that I'm clear, I'd like more permitting thing also, but 1 tech, I think, where we have solid people, I think it would be really important. So I'm not attached to 2, but I am attached to 1.
Sylvia, can you confirm again? Do we have 2 full-times and a temp, which equals 3? And so when we're talking about 3, are we saying we want 3 full-time and a temp, or 2 full-time and a temp?
That's a good question. We have 2 full-time and a temp.
That's what I keep hearing. So are we wanting something different than what we have now, which is 2 full-time maintenance techs plus a temp?
I would like us to have 3 trained people one per part of the department, because I think that's important. So that is my recommendation. It was also what
Sylvia?
So there's only 2 sections of the department. There's been the operations, which is water and wastewater, and then there's been the parks and natural resources. When there were 5 people, 3 of those people were assigned to parks and natural resources. Only 2 of those people were assigned to water and wastewater.
So are we saying that if we added another tech, we wouldn't need a temp? And if that's the case, what type of dollar amount difference is that?
It would be it would be the 46,587, and the temp right now is going through a temporary agency, so we still pay the overhead. So I would say the temp would be in the probably $40,000 range, $39,000 to $40,000 range.
And do we use the temp all the time?
The temp has been on duty when we had our first COVID illness, and so he's been filling holes, covering as needed. So when David left to the city of Austin, he also applied for the job, but we were able to recall Zach back.
Okay.
Sylvia, I'm sorry, Councilmember Weeks, did you finish? I didn't
No,
want to
yes, I am. Sorry.
Okay, Sylvia, I just
Wait,
want to get
Phil,
more
can I ask one question? Sylvia?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wanda just asked a specific question. Is the temp full-time? What I heard you say is no, the temp is not, although if you utilize the temp full-time, it would cost more than us having a full-time employee. That makes sense. That's exactly why we have a temp, is because we're not using that third individual in a full-time capacity. We're calling that person in as needed.
Yes, but we've needed him since, Carolyn, he's been on essentially full-time, 35 plus hours for the last 2 months.
Okay, but the question Wanda's getting to is, you guys know what you need in your department. Are you going to be utilizing that temp full-time moving forward? Because if so, you need to communicate that to council so that we know to convert it to a full-time position.
Well, and my comment is, again, with the staff that we have right now, we are currently doing mowing. We're currently doing some of the things that we would be outsourcing to Texascapes. So if I'm taking off workloads, then I'm not exactly sure what the additional bodies are for.
Got it.
Well, given.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm not in favor of the additional mowing personally.
So, Sylvia, let me make sure I got this correct, and tagging on to what Councilmember Reeds and then the mayor said. Today we have 2 full-time plus a temp, and for all intents and purposes, that temp we use almost full-time. If we went ahead and do the mowing, we would still outsource the mowing. We would still have full-time, 2 full-time, and we would have picked up the equivalent of at least 1.5 or 2 people by outsourcing the mowing. Is that the way I should look at it? So we would have 3.5 at least equivalents versus 2 right now in a part-time.
Yeah, the issue with the mowing and the rest of the duties that the staff do is right now the staff are generalists, right? They're doing almost everything, including mowing, including the right of way, including the trail maintenance, including operations. So we haven't had Texascapes on board to do any of the additional work for me to be able to tell you how much time that actually frees up. So that was my point earlier. If we need to make a budget amendment or need to make an adjustment of staff after some point in time that Texascapes has been on, or if that contract is approved, I'm happy to do that. But without really readjusting the duties, readjusting what those are going to look like. In addition, with the TDS portion that's in this budget, staff's being taken off of the brush and bulky for the most part, or the bulky anyway. So there's also a reduction of staff utilization there.
Okay.
Well,
And let me, if I may, ask two questions because they were raised and I'm concerned. Was there a water emergency that we couldn't handle recently?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Was there, Councilmember Gonzalez said there was a water emergency recently, very recently, that we couldn't handle. What was that?
I'm not aware of anything we couldn't handle. Maybe Carolyn can fill me in because I'm not aware.
That wasn't what I said, though.
Okay. What is it you, may I ask?
What I said is, in the case of a water emergency, like you have a pipe break, which we've had within the last 6 months, we had a water emergency where people had to come in. It takes 4 bodies, and especially if they had something like the lift problem the night before, the water. Carolyn, you want to pipe in for when we had that time when we had the lift emergency, and then we had to call you back in exactly the next day, and there was like 4 people on board. Would you speak to that a little bit more accurately than I am?
I mean, we have had emergencies in the past where people have to be called in. We've had the lift station sometimes when people have to be called in, and so they would have to come in at night, sometimes overnight, to respond to that. And then, that just creates shortages especially when you're doing the next day, and how those situations kind of evolve over time. But yeah, generally when we have emergencies, we do need trained people on site to be able to address those emergencies.
And in the past, when we needed 4 people, who were those 4? Because we didn't have 4 technicians.
We had more than 4. We had 3 to 5 techs, depending on that. Plus, we had 4 other support supervisors and support staff for that. So we had, 9 to, we had 11 people in the department, and so we did have people who were trained to be able to respond.
Who are the 4 other supervisors?
Yeah.
Who are the 4 supervisors, Carolyn? Other than you're a supervisor, we had 4 other supervisors in Public Works Department.
We had myself, there was Josh, Daniel, Sam, they're kind of in a supervisory role.
Daniel and Sam are still here. So who are the 4 that we used to have that are not here?
Oh, no, I was just talking overall number of people. So we had 9 total people who would have been more, plus Katie and Brianna, but 9 people who would have been able to respond in those emergency situations. So now we have myself.
Brianna? You're saying that Brianna, the Public Works admin person, would show up for an emergency?
No. That's not what I was saying. We had 11 people in the department, not counting Brianna. She would not be responding in an emergency. But there were myself, Josh, Sam, Daniel, and in the last 2 years, we had 5 techs. So that was 9 people who generally would have been responding to emergencies. Now we currently have 5 people in the department.
Plus, and if we hire a public works director, as I hope we do,
6.
that would be a person, that would be a resource that would respond, correct?
Yes, that would put us at 6. If we're trying to follow the bouncing ball right now, that would put us at 6 people that could respond in an emergency. And I guarantee the constituents in this community that in the last 15 years, we have been able to operate with that number or less for emergency. And as Wanda has pointed out many times during this year, and Sylvia too, there are other ways we can ensure that we have backup resources that we can call in that doesn't require us to ramp back up to having 11 full-time staff members in Public Works.
So just to make sure I'm clear, if with the hire, if we go ahead and hire a public works director and we had an emergency, God forbid, we would have 6 people we could put onto that emergency.
You would have 6 full-time Public Works employees, yes, that are hopefully all trained to respond to that emergency.
So
Okay.
one more
I
question.
I get it. Thank you.
Okay, one more question. Carolyn, how many emergencies have we had in the past year? Just a ballpark.
Good question.
I trying to think. I know in July and I think it was June, we had several call outs. The lift station had several call outs I can recall in that time. A lot of the emergencies depend on storms and how the storms go. I don't have an accurate number of exactly how many. I know that there were at least 3 call outs, I think, in June and July for the lift station that I can definitely account for. But yeah, there were quite a few in June and July.
I will also say that PD also responds for emergencies. PD is out putting out the high water, the barricades,
Right.
so they are also assisting Public Works. PD has also picked up the code enforcement aspect of that as well in terms of sign, and Jenny was housed at Public Works, but she was over in administration. So there's been a lot of shared and shifting of the duties.
And
again, I'm sorry, I want to reiterate again that there were 5 maintenance techs, 3 were assigned to Parks and Natural Resources, 2
Right.
were assigned to Water and Wastewater, 2. So we were giving the same weight to a pesticide license as we were to a Class D water license, hence the position that we are in right now.
And let me, if I may, follow on from Councilmember Reetz's question. How many of the emergencies have been attributable to the lift station?
I would say that in the last year that I can remember, the majority of them would be attributed to the lift station.
So I would propose that the answer is to fix the lift station, which we all know we have to do.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
So my suggestion is that we leave Texascapes in. We do not hire any maintenance techs right now, but in, let's say, 3 months or so, we review our temporary, how often we have used our temporary tech. And if we're finding that we're using this temporary tech full time, then perhaps we should look at something different. But if we're not using it full time, not using them full time, then that's a good alternative. So that's my suggestion.
And Councilmember Reitz, hopefully by then we would have a Public Works director on the board that can look into that and make it an informed decision, correct?
Exactly.
And the Public Works Director could clarify, is that even the position we would need to hire for, or is there a better higher use or position? I mean, it allows council to hire based on a very clear title, job description, and to be able to share, this is how I would utilize the full-time 40 hours a week of that position.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. I have one request. Sylvia, could you take a minute or so here and explain number 8, what that means and how we got there? How's that?
Updates, and this is not a pretty one, and it's often things that are buried within city expenses. TMRS is an expensive part of the employment contract that we have with city employees. Updated service credits really don't benefit anybody but executives. What an updated service credit is, our retirement system is an actuarial based system, and it's calculating how many of your employees would essentially receive a really large raise within their tenure within the city. And so we were paying into the highest actuarial rate. The reality is that we have such a small city that nobody really makes the jump from, let's say, a $25,000 job to a $75,000 job per year. And so we've been paying on average about $40,000 extra per year for having this updated service credit allocation. So we're rolling that back to 50%, and we'll roll that back again. We ran all of the numbers. Nobody stands to benefit from having it at 100%. There's no employee here that's benefiting from a 100% updated service credit.
So we've been over contributing. We are going to reduce that contribution, and the maximum we can take back is only 50% of what we've over contributed. Is that correct?
For this particular year, yes, they make you ratchet down. Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
And we don't recoup any of the money we overpaid in the last years, Phil, just so you know.
No, and so
No,
what,
I know. Unfortunately, I know that.
what this also does, though, is we had an unfunded liability, and an unfunded liability means if everybody were to retire tomorrow, how much money would the city owe? And it was over $900,000. Reducing the updated service credit to 50% takes that unfunded liability to $600,000 or so. So there's a mutual benefit there to doing that. And again, I ran all of the numbers. We ran a bunch of scenarios for employees. Nobody really benefits from this. This is a benefit in larger cities where you have staff that has a lot of upward mobility in the ladder and has the capacity to get super large raises.
And out of interest, Sylvia, how did we find this out? How did we now find this out? $50,000 a year.
I know where to look.
Okay. Okay.
And it's commonplace in cities. Honestly, TMRS is a very complicated system. It's a very complicated actuarial table. And actually, they were hitting us up for an increase. Regina and I went through the increase and said, okay, what's the alternative to the increase? And so we not only nixed the increase, but we found a savings.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Councilmember Medicus. I have a question, comment on item number 6 on the events for A and C. I'm really wondering, since the stay-at-home order's been moved into December, is it really logical that we're actually going to be able to have a spring event with more than 10 people? And also on the lighting for the holiday event, I don't believe we're looking at this year holiday Christmas, right? So I'm just wondering about that expense in this fiscal year coming up.
Well, as we talked to the marketing firm earlier, Christmas is not going to be our normal Christmas this year because of the December 10th date, right? Retailers are normally prefacing and getting everything together as early as August for Christmas. So I'm not sure about the holiday event other than beginning the planning stages for something in the future. And I don't know where we would stand for Spring Fling with, I would just be guessing where we would stand with the number of people that would be allowed in the spring.
So this
Karen,
is,
go ahead, Wanda.
I would at least, we may not be able to do a spring fling, but for the volunteers, I would like if there was even some sort of gift or something we can give our volunteers. They have worked so hard this year, and it's been a trying year for everybody. And I think it would be great to show some appreciation. I don't know what that looks like, but I would like to see some amount in the budget for a thank you or some acknowledgement of their service.
Let me add on that, if I may. I totally agree. I mean, we have to thank our volunteers, and they are appreciative of a small token of appreciation. So I would strongly suggest we leave that in. And then in terms of item number 6C, I understood that could also be the beginning of a payment, if you like, of a starting of a collection of lights or whatever to be used when maybe next year or year after. that we would just start expending money on it to purchase those, so that we're not going to get one lump sum for $60,000 or $100,000 worth of lights. Did I misunderstand that?
That's kind
Sylvia?
of what I understood, Phil, from
Yeah.
talking to Penny,
Penny. Oh,
but that
Sylvia.
actually doesn't
Yeah.
make sense to me. I mean, why would we be buying lights?
I don't know.
I mean, that makes sense if you're a residence or even if you're, a single building business, but when you're talking about an entire municipality, I just think a complete plan needs to be put before council that says, this is the plan, and if it is going to be like a 3 to 5 year, we're going to purchase some amount. Where do they get stored? Who installs them? What's the cost? What's the cost for replacement strands over the year? Like, it needs to be a complete plan that comes to council for them to consider, and to allow the public to, also, listen and provide input to the entire plan. That hasn't happened. So my response to Councilmember Medicus would be, those two items that you just pointed out, to me, those are items that could easily be removed. And after talking to the marketing firm, they're definitely ready to start, but start means they're ready to start, meeting and discussing, and they're nowhere near rolling out advertising or some sort of a marketing plan. Certainly not in the next 6 weeks, which is what would be necessary for a Christmas rollout.
Yeah, I agree. There needs to be a plan for the whole city. And I have some experience with friends that have run other cities in North Texas. And the cost for lighting is way more than $15,000 for doing a big holiday event. So I'd like to see the whole proposal and a plan for what are we going to do with this as far as lighting first. And so perhaps maybe that comes off. But I would like, can we say volunteer appreciation / spring fling? Because I just understood that to just be spring fling, and that's what we're doing. I'm all for
It
volunteers.
says that, I thought.
It just says volunteer spring fling. So I wasn't clear on what that meant. I totally agree. We need to acknowledge and appreciate our volunteers for all their hard work. And so I'd like to see C removed until we have some accurate numbers and a plan for moving forward.
So that C could be handled with a budget amendment when CED comes up with a thorough plan, and they could come before council with that plan.
Well, and I would also like to see Ampersand's report and research first before we decide that that's where we should put our money.
Now, I understood that in the workshop, we can't make any decisions. We can voice our opinions, but we can't say, go ahead and remove it.
Gotcha.
I'm just making a recommendation.
Yes.
I agree with your recommendation, Karen. We're almost at October. We don't have a holiday plan that has been presented by CED at this point, and the marketing firm, they haven't even begun their work. So I think for this Christmas season, we shouldn't be spending $15,000 for lighting.
Well, I support that decision also.
So that would be my recommendation for when we get to the voting part.
Correct.
Thank you.
What about the youth program? Is it too soon to have that still included for next year?
I thought about that, but that's next summer. So I'm not sure if we're still dealing with COVID next summer, then we wouldn't be able to do it.
Right. So I guess we could have the money there, and if it works, so be it. But if we're still dealing with COVID, we can't do it.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of it is outdoor work.
Yeah. So they can be separated.
Yeah.
Can someone educate me? What was the $5,000 for Arts Commission again? Can someone tell me what that was?
So the Arts Commission had $8,900 in their general fund budget, and to do art in the community. And I asked for $5,000 as a reduction when we were adding bronze and silver and gold, when we were talking in those levels. And any
And
of
let
those,
me-
just like with CED, to spend any of that money, it would have to come to council with a plan and what that money was going to be used for with the budget.
And then I need another point of clarification. So on K, tuition reimbursement for staff was $4,500. Does that now go to $6,500 because of number 9?
No, tuition reimbursement is separate from, I guess this should say additional training, not education.
Okay.
Why don't you make it L underneath number 6 versus making it number 9?
True, thank you.
Council members, do you have any additional items you want to discuss during the work session? Or do you want me to move into the regular council meeting, which will allow us to begin a more formal deliberation process, which will include input from the public?
I have one quick question. The offsite storage cost, is that for the Arts Commission or is that for other records?
Other records.
Okay.
It's for all of it.
It's a combination of both. It's a combination of both.
Okay. I found it amazing that we built these $8 million buildings that we couldn't give Arts Commission a storage area.
I agree, because that was the whole discussion.
Yeah. So.
Wasn't
Okay.
for a lack of asking, Wanda.
Yeah, I know. I think that's ridiculous. So I'm sorry about that.
The police department would work beautifully. That's a joke.
Well, you got the admin building now, so we can probably figure out something there. So.
Yeah, we need to come up with a plan on moving it all.
I agree. Okay. Very
So
good.
I do have a question on the storage, by the way. I assume in that there is no money in there to start the process of digitizing the records. Is that correct?
Actually, Susanna has already started digitizing records. She's already about 60% through the contracts, and it's just, we're going to start moving from what we have internally and then come up with a longer term multi-year plan to digitize the records that are offsite.
Okay.
when is admin going to be moving to public works? So how fast could we just hire someone to move all of those off-site boxes to City Hall, assuming they're in boxes?
Admin staff will be moved over by the end of the month. We've been moving some. So one of the things Matt and Regine are going to get is a complete index, and then making sure our records retention schedule, like we've destroyed everything we can destroy as per our records retention schedule, and then see where we stand and then get the plan going from there. Regine has her hand out. Regine, I see your hand up. Regine, you're self-muted. There you go.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
So I just, what Sylvia was saying about the records is correct. There's a plan. We're talking about 400 boxes of records. I have a list of records that are permanent files, court files. There's anywhere from 300 to 400 boxes. So it's going to take some time to process those and digitize them, because there are all kinds of rules and regulations that you have to follow to do those. We're not moving any boxes over there. I know that Susanna is trying to come up with a plan to do certain ones at certain times, but I feel like the conversation we're having like just something really easy to do, and it's not. It is a multi-year, probably at least a couple of years process to do. Once that plan is in place, we can move them over here. I think once this building gets done. Suzanne's already started digitizing files that we're currently doing and things like that. So I just kind of want to make that a little bit clear that it's not just 50 boxes. We're talking 300 to 400 boxes of permanent files.
This is something we talked about having done when I first got on council.
And we've been working on that. Like we've scanned minutes, we've scanned, I mean, just think of it this way. I've been here 20 years, and all the documents that finance has done in 20 years are not all of them there because there's some file retention, but any kind of plans, any kind of payroll records, any kind of just finance records. They're 20 years plus before I came. So there is a process. There are things that we do for file retention, and now with the digitizing, that is working. So it is kind of an ongoing thing. It's just and when we built the building, speaking of that, we asked for storage, and that was one of the things that y'all cut because we had offsite storage, because that was the
no.
So yeah.
I remember that being one of the selling points. We would then have storage for all the stuff from the Arts Commission and storage for on-site, and we agreed to that. And so the reason the buildings were built was including storage.
Yeah, but y'all cut that during the process to cut costs.
We didn't make the building smaller. We didn't take rooms out.
Yeah. Regine, I don't think we need to debate this. We're coming this Friday. We're going to have an empty building. So I don't think anybody on staff can continue to tell council members that there's an excuse for why we don't have a plan. And it sounds like Sylvia is ready to get that plan together. And so hopefully in the next few months, we'll have a true comprehensive, this is when we're going to move the 400 boxes over. And this is our 3 to 6 month plan to get it digitized, and this is what it will cost to get it digitized, if that involves hiring temporary staff, or if it can be done completely internally. But that doesn't all need to be hashed out tonight. Sylvia, you're going to make that happen for us in the next year.
I will make it happen in the next year.
Come this time next year, we will not be paying for offsite storage.
We will not be paying for offsite storage.
So then are you saying the $4,000 that we're asking to put into the budget is there just for a what if? Or
No,
do we
at the end of next year. At the end of next year.
End of next year, okay. All right, I think we're ready to move into session.
Okay, last call, council members, before I move into session. If anybody wants to openly talk
Can you hear me, Mayor?
session, please do it now. Yes, you've had a hot mic the entire time, Melissa.
Okay, so here's a question that I have for Regine. Regine, just because we're here and it's back up, and you're the only person I think who's going to remember this right. But when who was it? Danny? Who was it? Who was going off forever on TMRS and was on finance? I'm blocking his name right now. I can't remember for some reason. You know what I'm talking about, Regine?
I remember.
Okay, Rhonda, you go ahead. Is this? So we had this thing that we weren't going to be funded.
This is not the same.
It's not the same. Well, no, but I'm just saying, is this covered? Because we still had that thing, and we never ever really addressed it. And I just want to make sure that there's no interface here.
Now, our pension liability is sufficient. I ask that every year of our auditors, and they go through this statistical answer, and they feel that it is sufficient. And I am not a statistician, so I have to go with the auditors. So this is not.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
Okay.
It's just that we're here and we're going, and I'm just doing it. Okay,
Yep.
thank you very
Good
much.
question. Yep.
I'm going to leave just a minute or two while everybody still has an open hot mic. If there's anybody that wants to be able to talk openly, work session style.
That updated service credit actually helps the unfunded liability go down by over $300,000.
Yep.
That's outstanding.
Okay, and with that, I will now move us into the regular portion of our meeting. We're starting at 6:17. We are now at item number 3. If there's anybody who's following our agenda, we're now going to make this a little bit more formal. We're going to allow for public input and then allow council to deliberate again. And then we'll move into entertaining a single motion or multiple motions, whatever council prefers to do. So at this point, if there are residents or anybody from the public or anybody representing an entity who wishes to speak or contribute, if you would please raise your hand. And Sylvia, I think the last time I looked at OpenGov was right around 5 o'clock. Would you take a glance just to see if there were any public comments that were specific to budget numbers or proposals for things to address before we adopt the budget? Okay, council members, I don't see anybody with their hand raised. Sylvia, is there anything that you have heard that maybe I don't see? Helen Bessie, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. I just had one thing that I got on the open meetings list, but it was very late. And that was, this is about the budget and the brush pickup that we used to do in the city. And a couple of weeks ago, it wasn't the last rain, but the rain before that, I woke up one morning when I was outside very, very early, and I smelled burning wood. It smelled like it was down the street from me. And so I was wondering what that was because it seemed dangerous because it was so dry. Well, then it rained that night, and the next morning I got up and someone was burning again. So I didn't do it right away, but I went over to the South Hills later, and I looked around, not very carefully, but looked around. I saw no evidence of fire. I've never seen any encampments over there. So I could only assume that the brush fire or wood fire was somewhere on my street. And I'm real concerned about that because we want to be a fire-safe community. And yet some of us who have really large lots have a difficult time dealing with all the dry wood, broken limbs, dead trees that we have to get out. Just in the past 4 weeks, I have hired someone to take 4 large pickup truck loads of brush to the city. And I'm concerned that when this happens in the future, if I can't hire someone, or if my neighbors don't want to hire someone or cannot, that we're going to have all this dead wood in our yards that make us very fire unsafe. So I'd like for you to consider at least putting the brush pickup back in there, even if we have to pay for it. I'd be happy to pay for it if somebody would pick up my brush, pay for it, and then that wouldn't be an issue. at least for fires. Now, maybe it's already in the budget, but I have a hard time getting to your budget or seeing it even on the screen. So if I'm saying this in error, I apologize.
Helen, I don't want to cut you off. Are you done?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Helen, to address some of what you just said, brush pickup has not changed through TDS, so the compost bin can be filled with brush every other week. In addition to that, I can't remember the exact measurement of what can be bound in terms of limbs to be picked up. And residents can also do additional bags, and I don't believe there's a limit to that. P&E did discuss the possibility of bringing back the additional request service for brush pickup. The question that I had asked to staff was, and this goes back to cost of service, what is the exact amount of staff resources that are being spent on that? We don't have that yet in terms of where council can really look at it and say, okay, what is the exact cost, so that we could then determine, do we want to create a chargeable service for this, or have selected third-party, maybe a list of preferred third-party vendors that we would recommend to residents so that they can more easily reach out to somebody themselves. I do know that at the current moment, TexAscape does not do anything residential based. I don't know if there's an opportunity through TexAscapes to see if they would be willing to also add this as a service that they offer to residents. All of this was briefly discussed, but no decisions made. And so no, in this current budget, there is not the reincorporation of the curbside brush pickup from Sunset Valley staff, just the maintaining what's done through TDS. And then as for the fires, the chief could speak to that, but my understanding is that that's completely and totally illegal, and under no circumstances should anybody ever be burning anything on their private residential property. Miles Fox, you have the floor.
Good evening. This will be brief. I just want to go back to the issue of the farmers market and SFC. I like the idea that there's a discussion about setting parameters, regardless who is doing it, about what we want to happen there. And certainly if we do continue with SFC, to really be on them so that they get their game up. And I just read the contract twice. I don't know why any lawyer or any non-lawyer would disagree with the idea that this is a breach of contract, because it said they were supposed to do certain things and they didn't. Nowhere does it say that Sunset Valley was supposed to review what they were doing to ensure they were doing it. But the breach of contract is something that bothers me as much as them taking advantage of us with advertising. They designed and had us pay for ads that supported both Sunset Valley and downtown. Why are we paying for another market that winds up nearly twice the size of ours? So that's really what bothers me about them. What's their mindset? Are they a little bit on the sleazy side, or they're just inept? But it's things like this that can't continue. And yes, we're responsible for not looking at that, but it speaks to their mindset and how they operate. So if we do continue with them, you really have to set things out straight and have some sort of communication two ways. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much.
Rob Johnson, you have the floor.
I think I accidentally put my hand up. You said my name and I looked and my hand was up. Sorry about that.
Not a problem. Are there any other residents who want to speak during the public input for adoption of tonight's budget, which is adoption of the budget for the next fiscal year? Carla Jenkins, you have the floor.
My name is Carla Jenkins. I live at 800 Oakdale Drive, and I want to voice my preference again for the Sustainable Food Center to operate the market in Sunset Valley, whether it's a Saturday market or a Sunday market. And if anyone would like to talk with me about farmers markets in general or operators, my nonprofit operates the two largest markets in probably Texas. So I know a little bit about it. I've been doing it for 10 years, and I would be happy to share that information with anybody who has questions. about what's really going on. Okay.
Thank you, Carla.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any additional resident public input, or if there are any of our entities, somebody that's connected to something that relates to tonight's budget, if you'd please raise your hand. And with that, I'll keep that invitation open. So residents, if you want, you can still throw your hand up at any point between now and when we adopt. Council, I'm now going to move to the council deliberation portion of this. And so this is where, Sylvia, if you could pull back up the list so that we can at least have a little bit of order as to what we're doing. The baseline is the mayor's budget. So what we'd be adopting tonight is the mayor's budget in addition to any amendments you're making to that. And so, Sylvia, can you pull that list up?
There you go. It should.
Thank you. Okay, great. And so, council members, it's completely up to you how we do this. It can be one motion, it can be individual motions. It's up to you. And we can also, similar to the work session, we can just go through it one by one and see if there's consensus without voting on some of these. Councilmember Rosengarten, you have your hand up.
Yes, I move to approve number 1 on this change. Number 2, I move it back to January 1, 2021 for a public works director. Number 3, I'm okay with. Number 4, I'm okay with. Number 5, I move that we decrease the amount to a total of $30,000. The reason being, I just looked at another point of information, and on the green highlight in an email I received breaking down the expenses, they showed that $30,690 is what they really needed. So, and then on number 6, I would delete C in 6, and 7 I would delete, and 8 I would keep.
Okay, so I'd like you to, before I look for a second, I'd like to clarify what I just heard you say. You're making a motion to approve the entire budget with the changes that you just listed?
I move to approve the entire budget, changing number 2 to January 1.
Okay.
Changing number 5 to a total amount of $30,690. I should say
Now, when
690.
you say total, this is separate from hot funds.
And then the 10,000 you already have in the mayor's budget, so add 20,690. You're right. Increase
So
to 20,000.
would be great. So you would be amending, what I hear you saying is that you would amend number 5 to be general fund amount of no greater than 20,000.
Correct. 20,690. And then in number 6, I would delete C. And then on number 7, I would delete, and number 8, I would include.
Okay. Do we have a second to that motion?
And if anybody wants to know where I got my 30,000 from, there's a page that is SFC totals, and it shows the farmer booth fees, the vendor health permits, the AISD land rental, and the portable toilets, and what the cost is. With that cost, it comes out to $21,470, and then there's in-kind expenses with staff. When I added them all up, it was $30,690.
Yes. I will
Wanda, are you
second
the
that.
second?
Yes,
Great,
I will
thank you.
second.
And then, so Rudy, you're saying, just to make sure, again, I just want to make sure we get this right. So you're saying that for
That's it.
the farmer's market, you would allot 20,680 from
690.
general fund?
Yes.
And you want that to be used for which of these things off of this menu?
That 20, well, with the 10 and the 20, it all goes to all of those that are on that menu.
So
You
the
looked at-
10 is hot funds.
Right.
That's not part of this. That's not even
You can
on that
only use-
list of
Right.
amendments.
You can only use hot funds for marketing. And you have to
So
have the
the
holiday in.
so the 20,006 and change.
I
Which
don't
of these general?
we don't have to decide that tonight. All we have to know is that the total amount is $30,690. And that equals all of these items. If you add the two down on the bottom, in-kind total and other funding, that's $30,690.
Okay. So Sylvia, can you go back to the menu? Because the menu is not for in-kind. In-kind means that's a value they're getting that doesn't relate to
Right.
dollars exchanging. Hot funds is already in the mayor's budget. So if you're approving the mayor's budget, the only thing that you need to focus on is how much general fund money are you wanting to be spent in addition to the hot, in addition to the in-kind. And is that the correct number right there, 20,690?
Yes.
Councilmember Reed, since you were the second, is there anything in this that you want to clarify in the motion before we then begin to deliberate?
I'm okay. Sorry, I was muted.
Okay, great. And so now I will entertain anybody who wants to speak to the motion. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. Mayor, did you give me the floor?
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay. Let me switch off. So, Councilmember Rosengarten, I would like you to reconsider about number 2, the Public Works Director. And here's part of the discussion of that. I agree that we probably wouldn't get hired before at the earliest November. And so I don't mind it moving to November, but there is a need to have somebody on the ground as soon as possible. If you're talking about fixing the lift station, you need someone who actually understands the costs of these things and the scope of work. That's where we got in trouble with Miller Gray. And so we really need someone who has their mind around that. Plus, it takes a while to figure out what your staff is, get your your feet on the ground, get things going. And so the sooner that I think we should have a public works director yesterday. And so I don't want to push anything off in the front. We're talking about capital improvement projects. Again, someone who can help create all that things. To wait until January for someone to get here, have all this stuff on their plate, and then you say, oh, why would I have all these things on the capital improvement that we've been trying to talk about for a year? We need someone who can actually create those documents and who has that plan. You're saying, let's put off the text for a quarter until that person gets here. Again, they need to be able to assess that. So I think we need that public works director yesterday. And so so that is why I think we should do it as soon as possible. It may not happen until whenever it happens. It is the end of the year. It's COVID. There's all these things. But I don't think that we should put another obstacle to all that work that needs to happen. So so that's my concern about aiming for January. I'd rather aim for as soon as possible. And if it takes to January, well, then it takes to January. In terms of, I agree with a lot of the previous statements, so I'm not going to belabor them. I'm going to go ahead and speak in favor of everything that Councilmember Reitz and I put on, and for the in case anybody wants to talk about that later, I think those are critical things for our backup, for our safety. I'd like to do a presentation about how important our water is at some point, and because I don't think people have an idea about all the things that are involved, and so hopefully I'll be able to do that in the future before I disappear. And I still think we probably need a tech, but I'm not going to argue that point because, again, if we have a public works director in place, then they can speak to that sooner. So that's my 2 cents. So I would ask you to kick that other back, especially given how many times we're talking about creating budgets for things and just expecting how long it takes to get somebody up. Thank you.
So let me ask on number 2, do we need to put a date or do we say ASAP? The reason being we also have elections coming up.
Right, just ASAP, because we can, the city administrator and council can create a job description. We already know that it would be optimal for them to have a schedule to have a C license. It would be optimal for them to have a floodplain designation. So there are holes that we do not have full right now that we desperately need. And so the sooner we get a C license, the sooner we get a floodplain administrator, although it could be kicked over to the engineering, but we're just paying extra money for it, the sooner the better. So yeah, I would say ASAP, but
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't need time.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
If we have to legally have a date, let's just put ASAP.
so
I
Councilmember
think,
Rosengarten, this just relates to money in the budget, not when we're actually doing something procedurally. So just budget it for
Next year.
10-1. Well, just
Right.
budget it for 10-1, and then you've budgeted enough. I mean, certainly enough if for some reason we hire. I mean, we're not talking about that much money, and if it's just going to sit in the budget unutilized, and then that appeases what Councilmember Gonzalez is saying, which is if we can get it, somewhere in the middle of November, we can. But for tonight, we just need to worry about how much are we budgeting.
Right. So we don't need a date. All we need is a higher, let's see, we approve the 74 previously allocated to Public Works Director ASAP higher date to be ASAP, or you could also say in the 2020-2021 budget cycle.
Well, it's a money amount that we need to state.
yeah, I think it's allocated by month, Rudy, and that's why we do that. So,
So Sylvia,
and I'm
the
okay with,
74,242, is that a full 12-month allocation? Because if so, we can just move on. Sylvia?
Yes, that was, there was an error in the Public Works Director salary, so this is a correction. I think if you just leave it at 10-1, then there's going to be some extra money in the budget. Hopefully it won't take us longer than October to hire somebody, but.
Okay, but as long as there's a note there that nobody feels compelled that we have to have it on the agenda before 10-1 to hire a Public Works Director. That's my main concern.
Okay.
Yeah, number 2 is just making sure that we have the right amount budgeted. That's it.
Okay, so then I would move that we approve number 2.
and I would second that amendment.
Thank you.
So I don't think we're not amending anything. The
Or
number is
second that
74,000. The
move.
number 74,242. Sylvia, you've confirmed that's sufficient. That's a sufficient salary allocation for 12 months.
Yes.
Okay. And if for some reason it's not, it would come back as a budget amendment to council.
Right. All we're doing is correcting the time, and we don't even need to do that.
Okay. Councilmember Medicus.
Yes, I agree. I like the flexibility. I don't want to be locked into a date for number 2. And I would just ask the motion maker in the second if we could also on number 6A, just make sure it's clear it's a volunteer appreciation / spring fling. So it's clear what we're talking about. It could be either or. That's all.
Thank you. And Sylvia, I see you have that written there, volunteer appreciation.
Yeah, I just didn't hear it in the motion.
Councilmember Ellett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify some points. So back on number 2, and I'm in a general agreement with the motion that's being put forward here. On number 2, there are no additional costs. We're not talking about any headhunter fees. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that clarifies that. On the farmers market, I'm in agreement with the motion, but we did talk earlier about putting some goals, objectives, and measurement criteria so that we see an improvement in the farmers market. How do we get that instated into this? Is that part of this? Should it be part
That
of
is
the
not
budgeting
part of
process?
this. That would be part of the contract that would come back, and that would be something that you all have to deliberate and agree on after tonight. So tonight is just to allocate no more than this amount in general fund and hot fund.
And I thought that would be the answer. I just want to recognize that we did talk about that, and I think it is important that we do that. And then on number 6, C, I understand the decision there, and I think we did talk earlier, and again, this is not part of the motion. It doesn't have to be part of the budget discussion, but there's nothing stopping CED from coming back and saying, here's a proposal for an event and submitting it to council. And at that stage, council can decide or not decide whether to move forward on it. That's what we talked about, and I just want to reflect that in our discussion. I understand that's not part of the motion or part of the budgeting process. The rest I'm in agreement with.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
I just want to point out to people who are listening that we only had an 8% drop over the last year. At the peak, I think we were only down 20% consistently from the COVID time. And so the probability is that we're very conservative. And I'm not saying that we should be or we shouldn't. I'm okay with that. I think that we've decided to take a flexible position, but it puts us in a place where more things can come back, which is one of the reasons I'm not particularly arguing about a lot of things, is because I think we need to be committed to that flexibility. And because we don't know what the fall is going to bring. We just don't. And so I think people need to hear that there is that flexibility and there is that difference, just for people who are listening, that we really did only go down 8% over budget last year. And I think those are important things, so that when Councilmember Ellett is saying something like people can come back, there is, to my mind, $250,000 that we're actually leaving on the table, right? If we went 25, when at the worst we were at 20. So that's a significant amount that we are not choosing to spend this year. And I just think that needs to go into the record. Thank you.
Council members and or public, are there any additional comments on the proposed budget and the motion that is on the table? Charles Goyette.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, good evening. Well, just a general procedural statement I'd like to make. If the city council would try in their damnedest to take on these agenda items in a way that are straightforward, simplified, like this example here. I mean, I'm all mixed up in terms of what you're trying to do. I don't fully understand. I mean, I think it could have been taken on a piecemeal basis, possibly, to make things a lot more straightforward. Got to realize that we're all virtual, right? We live in a virtual world now, so it becomes even more difficult to follow exactly what's going on. I would like the staff potentially, or somebody, to perhaps reflect on what Melissa just said about the 8% down for the year. I mean, I ran some numbers. I'm a math major. I mean, I could have made some mistakes, but I don't see it that way. I see a much more serious situation from the standpoint of our revenue numbers. And the item number 7, I'm looking at little delete. Is that true? That so there is no intent on this motion to bring back 2 maintenance techs? Is that something that has been put on hold until?
That is correct, Charles. If this motion as on the table, if it were to be approved, number 7 would go away. Number 6C would go away, which is the lighting, Christmas lighting.
Okay, all right, very good. Because I came in a little late. I didn't know, I wasn't aware when that decision was made to pull 7, because I made a statement in the on the website to make particular mention of that item and the fact that it was pretty much a focus item that we were going to be looking at doing a cost of service study before we took on the decision to bring staff back into Sunset Valley. Any case.
Yes, under this current budget, if approved as the motion stands right now, there would be no additional growth to city staff except for the hiring of a public works director. Any additional growth would have to come to council as a separate budget amendment. So the only hire under this budget for the next fiscal year, unless a position were to open and be refilled. So no new positions other than the public works director.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that explanation. And it's probably neither here nor there, but I question the accounting in terms of how we see what has transpired over the last year in terms of revenue decrease and such. It seems my numbers don't agree with other calculations, and I'd be happy to compare notes. I don't get it. Perhaps staff could elucidate us on the matter or tell me where I'm wrong, but I just don't see that life is as rosy as what some people claim it to be. Let's not forget, we're going on our 6-month anniversary of shelter in place, all right? Life is not getting any better. And you know, they keep pushing this out. You know, we're lucky if we ever get back to City Hall, okay? So thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Alfonso Carmona. Alfonso, you are self-muted.
Now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Alfonso Carmona, 1038 Sunflower. I will follow the protocol. And only I would like to add some suggestions. I think that the public work director is important, very, very important. And in this case, it's not only to set one date. At this moment, I think that it's important that we need to start looking inside our city administrator, the council, and the public, what kind of profile we are looking for that position, because it's a very, very important position. It's a key player, the same as our chief of police. The public work director is another foundation of this government. So looking for that, I think that we have to do that job description, a good profile, and after that, we need to start looking for applicants, interviews, and later decisions. And all of that will take almost 3 months. So it takes a lot of time. So I am glad that they were thinking that we need to do that as soon as possible. And when we start the budget, October 1st, but not only we need to wait, we need to have, again, the city administrator, and I hope the city council will direct how we can start working with that profile. That person has to do a lot of activities. They need to reorganize the public work department, and they need to start working with capital improvements and dealing with our outsourcing engineer with communication. So this is why it's important. It's amazing that we came to this point, and every year we are learning more. Congratulations to everybody that was working with the budget. It was an excellent exercise, and it took time, but every day is much better. I am so happy, and I feel so proud that I was doing just a little. For everything, I hope that everybody is okay, and good luck, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfonso. Mark Wells, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to just take a moment to say that I am in favor of the amendments made by Councilmember Rosengarten. Number 7 is especially adding the 2 maintenance techs. I don't think that was really necessary, given that apparently Texas Landscapes will be taking a lot of that work that again that we'd be able to contract out to them. Number 2, kind of echoing Mr. Carmona's sentiments. As far as a public works director, that's a really important. I mean, that's really important, and I just don't think we need to go in and rushing into this. So I think we need to be able to take our time and choose wisely. So I would be in favor actually of I mean, I know they put it ASAP for number 2, amending it to ASAP, but I just don't see what's wrong with really just taking our time. I mean, because this is a very, very important decision, I mean, for our city. So I just think it's if we took a little bit more time, I think it's more prudent in that regard. But other than that, other than the way the council member Rosengarten amended the budget here, I would be in favor of that. So other than that, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Johnson, you have the floor.
Hey, I was just had a question about number 2. So are we bound by that date to have someone hired, or is it just saying
No.
like anytime? Okay.
No.
So yeah, I'd probably lean towards like
The date is not, the date is not something that it's just making sure we have enough budgeted to
Right.
cover a full, however much salary they need to be paid for the upcoming fiscal year.
Right, because like my interest in that is, we don't want to rush, but we also don't want to find a really good candidate in December and then they go, well, if you don't have the money for another month, I'm going to go get something else, because that's almost worse. But okay, thank you for clarifying.
Did you have it? Oh, okay. Any other residents who want to speak? And then I'll circle back around to council members. Are there any other residents or any individuals from the public who want to speak to the motion that we have on the table to approve the entire budget for the next fiscal year? Councilmember Rosengarten.
I just wanted to add to Charles Goyet's comments. Yes, we are very worried about what the future could still present. A lot of businesses that are small businesses in Sunset Valley could be doing well this month, but they're just paying their bills. And then next month or the next month, all of a sudden they're out of business. So we don't know what's going to happen. So thanks to the Finance Committee for all the work they did. We, as each month went by, got to see that we were doing better than what we anticipated. And the Finance Committee worked with everything they could to try and be as frugal as possible and conservative as possible to make sure that we can make it long term. And thanks to everybody. Last night in a Region 10 meeting, the 2 House of Representatives mentioned that we're at a $4.5 billion shortfall for the state. So just so everybody understands and puts this in perspective, we are doing much better than the state and much better than most cities. So we're fortunate, but we need to watch each month as we go on how things are going and keep flexible. Thank you.
Thank you. And then what Sylvia is now putting in front of us is to make it have a final written clarification of exactly what we are approving as our final budget. And Sylvia, so the note that I just sent you, 5A already includes the volunteer. We just need to clarify, to Councilmember Medicus's point, we just need to capture in 5A, make sure that the wording is clear, that is for volunteer appreciation and or spring fling, which I think you've done that. So and so for the motion maker and the second, and then also for council members, Sylvia has now put on the screen the final proposed changes. So the motion we have on the table is to approve the mayor's budget with the following 6 amendments. Councilmember Rosengarten.
Yes, ask what you see is correct, and she's also got the dollar amount correct on number 5, 53,500 coming from the parking lot from the general fund to fund these items. Thank you, Sylvia.
Okay, and so what I actually would propose that we do at this point, just to make sure everybody has a chance to look and council members go through any notes you have, I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break right now, and that Sylvia, that you leave this on the board for everybody to see, and that we reconvene at 7:01, and hopefully what we can start, I'll call to see if there are any last questions, and if not, then I'll call for the vote. And so at this point, we'll take a break until 7:01. Thank you. Sylvia, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. Could you please confirm that all the council members are in attendance?
Let's see here. Councilmember Medicus, Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember Ellett, Councilmember Rosengarten, Councilmember, yes, all are in attendance.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I was hoping that that would give everybody a chance to, one, take a break, and two, make sure that they're very clear on what we are approving. So the motion on the table is to approve the mayor's budget with the following 6 amendments. And in case there's anybody who is online with us this evening without visibility, the motion is to approve the mayor's budget with the following 6 changes: to reappropriate the $40,713 previously allocated to software maintenance in error, to reappropriate the $74,242 previously allocated to the Public Works Director in error and move it to be a higher date ASAP. 3, to amend the account item number 5366 by increasing it $4,000 to cover off-site storage costs. 4, to increase support to the farmers market from general fund in an amount of $20,690 to fund the following items from what has been referred to as the parking lot from the general fund, in a total amount of $53,500 for the following items off of the parking lot: the volunteer appreciation spring fling for $4,400, business to business support for $3,000, library card reimbursement for $2,500, youth program for $10,000, community gardens $700, energy conservation programs $10,000, pollution control rebate $1,000, youth program supplies $2,000, arts commission $5,000, tuition reimbursement for staff $4,500, an addition of $8,400 for third-party Class C coverage, and Class C refers to Public Works Department water licensing coverage, and adding $2,000 for additional training for public work staff. And Sylvia, could you clarify for K and L, is there any additional wording that you need to add to those?
No, sorry, I was muted.
Okay. And then the last is item number 6, a change in TMRS coverage to update service credit from 100% to 50%, which results in a reduction in expenses of $29,880. And so with that, let's see if there are any additional questions. I have 3 council members who have their hands raised. Councilmember Medicus.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question on the wording on 5L, 2,000 for additional training for public works staff to obtain a class.
Thank you. That's what I had just asked Sylvia about too, and she said it doesn't need any additional wording, but it feels like it does.
Yeah, obtain a Class C license or a class, I'm not, yeah. Obtain a class doesn't make any sense to me.
It's class, you're right, it's Class C license.
Okay, thanks.
So then K says the same thing. So could you clarify between K and L if they're both for Class C?
Yes, one is a third party during the time that staff obtains that Class C.
So K is for interim coverage. L is to get licensing to a FTE in-house.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Medicus, does that seem clear enough to you now?
Yes, thanks for the clarification.
Councilmember Medicus, did you have any other questions before I move to the next council member?
No, Mayor, that was my question.
Okay, great. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Mayor, do we not need to add to this motion the changes that were suggested during the crime control meeting?
No, everything that was done in the crime control meeting is already a part of the adjustments. And Sylvia, correct me if I'm wrong on that. We have
Correct.
not deviated from.
If there was a 17 change, and you were saying it wasn't part of it.
Yeah, actually, Mayor, there is. It's is to adopt the crime control budget with the 17088.
And so does the maker and the second include that in their motion, Councilmember Rosengarten?
Yes, to include the crime control budget at 17,088.
And Councilmember Reitz?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez, did you have additional comments?
No, I think that was my housekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, well, actually, let me just be clear, because I was told I wasn't clear, that the figure I have, which I think is different than the staff figure, is 8.1, and I think staff has 8.9 for where we are in relation to our budget, and that it was an average of around 20%, not any given, just to be clear, because I was told I wasn't clear, so I wanted to just be clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is
And
this what you're referring to?
And so, Charles, if you have, I can see you're still logged on. If you're still listening, in the next couple days, I'll send you my own private accounting that for me, I think agrees maybe a little bit more with what you're coming up with. And it looks at just the actuals, just the plain and simple, what did we make year to date and what did we make month to month last year compared to this year, and also accounting for hot funds. And so I don't think it changes anything about what we should be adopting tonight, but it is a different, I don't look at it as just an 8% reduction. And I don't see any other hands up, so this is the last call. So input from public, input from council members, cleanup, anything that you want to further clarify on this list of what we are approving this evening. And then we will move on once this is approved. There's a handful of sort of housekeeping items that get approved each year once the budget's been approved. And then items that relate to contract adjustments or amendments to contracts, such as the farmer's market. Those will be coming back at the next council meeting. So there's a handful that we'll address tonight. Those that require changes in numbers from the previous year or where we believe that council is going to want to deliberate, those will come back at the next council meeting. And with that, council members, would you please issue your vote via chat so that Sylvia can read it back? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay.
Okay, I have Councilmember Reitz, yes. Councilmember Gonzalez, aye. Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Ellett, aye. Councilmember Medicus, yes.
Thank you, everybody. We have now unanimously passed a balanced budget for the next fiscal year. Thank you to all the residents who stuck through us through all the budget and finance meetings and the public hearings and the work sessions. And thank you to council members. We can now successfully move on to the remainder of our agenda.
Mayor Suzanne is updating the spreadsheets. Within the next few minutes, we will have updated balance and an updated summary sheet for the record.
Okay, and then Sylvia and Roxy, the question I would have for both of you before we move on. Roxy, I'll unmute you in case you need to add to that. So I do believe that the motion that we just voted on covers item number 3C, but would both of you confirm in case we need to do an additional motion while we're still on item 3 to make sure that we have properly and legally approved the budget?
Roxy, I will.
Yes.
This is Roxy. I was unmuting myself. I believe the proposed budget does the appropriations for the projects and accounts that y'all discussed. And as you did the motion, I believe that covers the requirement of approving and adopting that final budget for the fiscal year. So I believe that all of that has been done.
Great, thank you. And so with that, we're now moving into our regular agenda format, starting with citizen and public communication. And so if there's anybody in our meeting this evening who would like to speak to an item that is not on our agenda this evening, if you would please raise your hand. Citizen and public communication, last call. Item number 4. Councilmember Reitz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to address and kind of set the record straight on the Sunset Valley newsletter that is not produced by the city, but is produced by a group of residents. First of all, I want to say thank you to those who do all the work on that. I like the newsletter. It's entertaining. It's got some great articles in it. I do want to point out, though, there was an op-ed in there, and it was under the guise of a fairy tale, but I wanted to make sure there wasn't any misunderstandings because it mentions that the city council is supporting community economic development boards and selling our land. And to my knowledge, that has never been approached by any council member. And so I'm not sure where that came from, but I wanted to reassure that I am not aware of those type of actions. And if there are any actions, this would be a good time if any council member is thinking of doing something like that, like a community economic development board. You know, because of open meetings, we can only speak to one other council member. So I may be incorrect, but I don't believe that is the case. So I just wanted to set the record straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. And I do see that the newsletter you're referring to, I've had one question, which was pretty easy for me to answer, which is Councilmember Ellett has a blog that he controls independently. There are 3 editors at large, as far as I'm aware of, and it's Helen Bessie, Terry Cowan, and Lisa Versace, and they are the editors at large, the producers and publishers of the newsletter that you just referenced. And then City Hall also now publishes a digital newsletter, which is to make up for what used to be the monthly Sunset Valley newsletter, and that is published monthly through City Hall. And I also would echo what you just said. And I've had Terry Cowan ask me that same question, and I've given him the exact same information that you just did, Wanda, which is, you know, he may have the perception that there is somebody who wants to do that, but it's not something that has ever been on an agenda of mine personally, and it's not something that council has discussed, either the selling of land or the Economic Development Board. Any other citizen comments? We are now at item number 5, which is to review the city reports. Sylvia, would you please pull up the dashboard? And could you place it on tab 2, agenda planning? Okay, council members, we are in our last 2 regular meetings before we do have a change of guard on council. So you'll see from my planning that I've laid it out in that way, so you can see Meet the Candidates is on there, the election day is on there. The only regular council meetings that where I will be managing the agenda preparation is for October 6th which is full, and October 20th, which will be full because I don't believe that we'll get through all of the items on 10/6. This would be the critical moment tonight, right now. If there's something urgent that you know needs to be addressed on 10/6 or 10/20, if you would please let us know now. And Sylvia will be sending out additional information on Meet the Candidates. Since I am a candidate, I've removed myself from any of the planning for that event. Councilmember Medicus?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question. Since the committee appointments are going to be coming up right after the election, I did talk to Sylvia about updating the volunteer application because it's really confusing as a new council member when you have people signed up for their first, second, and third choice, whether or not they want to serve on more than one committee. So would that be something that administratively can be done, or does that have to come back to council?
I think it could be done administratively, but based on my experience of how I don't think council members would want Sylvia and I to do that. So I would suggest on the October 6th meeting, where I have items 6 and 7, which are committee related issues, I can just add one in there that says committee application, and that way it creates a holder for all of those, either for 10/6 or 10/20. My only preference would be that we address all of the committee related agenda items together. And maybe 10/6 would be my preference, so that if there is the need for council members to take a few weeks before they make decisions, it gives us that ability to put it on both 10/6 and 10/20.
That would be great. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. I'll add just as a holder committee application.
Mm-hmm.
Any other agenda planning suggestions, or for any council members who are listed as sponsors on here, if there's anything that you can remove, that would be helpful too. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Mayor, I would probably just give a report on wastewater. It would be more of a submittal, and just to put some stuff in the record. And so because I had planned to do that, and so it would be just a report kind of situation on utility costs, and that's, I'll probably do that before I leave, and that's it.
And Councilmember Gonzalez, so I make sure that we're speaking about the same thing. Is this an item that's on here, or that's something you're wanting me to add? I think
I did it earlier, and it kind of got dropped, and it was I don't know why it got dropped, but it kind of got dropped, and so it was supposed to be it was supposed to be the other half of my presentation, but it's just an informational piece. So I'll probably just do that sort of as a report, and just
which
sort of
would
throw it
you,
into the record.
do you have a preference of which meeting in terms of maybe
Probably the
lining up
10/20,
with-
because 10/20, because I'm going to be out of town.
Great, so 10/20, and do you want it to be an agenda item or just within an administrative report?
Go ahead and do it as an agenda item, just in case, so people can talk if they need to. Thank you.
So I'm going to put discussion and presentation, and could you please say again what you want the topic to be?
Water utility fees. Yeah, just utility fees. How's that?
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you. Those two items have been added if you're on the live version of the dashboard. Are there any other changes or suggestions from staff or council? And so council members who've been along for many years, oftentimes right after the budget, we would automatically approve the SFC for the next year, because this year I anticipated that we were going to approve something other than just hot funds. We've definitely moved that contract to come back on 10/6. Without a doubt, it will be on the 10/6 agenda. And so If Joy is still on, and I don't see that she's still on, so Sylvia, you'll need to immediately get with her tomorrow, you and Roxy, to make sure that that's done and ready to post on the 10-6 meeting. And that way, if we need to have any additional time before we approve it, it allows the current sitting council members to get through that before the election. And then I've also asked Sylvia, usually what we would do is we would have sort of a laundry list of contracts that automatically get approved. I've asked that Sylvia create an agenda item for us that shows us all of the city contracts, the ones that, you know, to clarify where they're at in their bid process, if they're coming up in this current year, and if they're mid-contract, that we get that visual. So for example, TDS, Texascapes, any of those, we get to actually see the visual of where are they in the process before having to be bid again, and then which ones do we need to renew this year based on the budget that we just approved. And so that will also be on the next agenda. Councilmember Gonzalez.
I didn't have my hand up, Mayor. I think it just can go down. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on agenda planning? Okay, and so with that, Sylvia, you can move on and do your report, and then we can do the other staff reports.
Sorry, I was updating the budget. Susanna's already did the final work. Would you like me to go into that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to zoom in so folks can see the differences. It's already, we've already published them on the OpenGov site. What shows up, I'm sorry, I need to get out of this. I know you can't see those numbers, so let me try to zoom in. I wanted to give you the ability to compare all three budgets of where we were.
Are you showing us something that you think we should see right now? We're still looking at
am I not
agenda
sharing my
dashboard.
screen? I didn't know I wasn't sharing my screen. Okay, the final numbers end up with a, let's see what you're seeing. Okay, with $284,303 that will fall to general fund reserve, $165,272 that'll go back to street fund, $17,500 that'll go back to hotel occupancy, and $90,118 that will end up going back to venue tax. And then we have the crime control that ended up in a positive 17,088. So on the OpenGov site, you will be able to see all three. I'm sorry, now I'm zoomed in way too much. You will be able to see all three side by side so that you can see the changes that occurred and where we ended the year, where we intend to end the year. At the next council meeting, we will be bringing back where we ended as of 9/30, our projections for 9/30. And at this point, we are estimating a healthy balance so that we will be able to go back and transfer the infrastructure and transfer the amounts into the utility funds that we had put a hold on, and still be able to transfer about $400,000 back to the general fund and the other funds. So this is live on OpenGov already if anybody wants to go in and see the changes that have occurred. So back to subject matters. I'll just go over these briefly. There was a request by Councilmember Gonzalez on the impacts of Atlas 14. Atlas 14 is the city of Austin's change from properties that were in the 500-year floodplain. They've moved those to the 100-year floodplain, which increases the propensity for flood risk. And it also changes which areas may now need to be covered by flood insurance. And in the report, there is a list of properties within Sunset Valley that were not previously in the flood area in the 100-year floodplain that are now in the 100-year floodplain. So I'm happy to take any questions from any one of those residents. We will be sending out letters to those residents to say this is a potential impact. The final impact of that from FEMA, because FEMA has to review the information and adopt it, is about 2 years away. It's the federal government doesn't move nearly as fast as we would like sometimes. The Sustainable Food Center.
Sylvia, could you, before you move to the next one, I just want to make sure because I see that Councilmember Gonzalez has her hand up. Councilmember Gonzalez, did you have a question or comment?
I do. Because for those of us who already are in the 100-year floodplain, are the impacts worse? Because it's always, you know, nice to know who else is who's now added to the worry pot. But I think those of us who already have been in there, are we talking about how it's going to change where we can build on our properties? Because if those of us were in the 1 going into 5, and the 5 going into in the 1 going into the 5, or 5 going in the 1, however those things are shifting, there's going to be building impacts to those of us who are already in it, correct?
Yes, if you're already in the 100-year floodplain or any one of the other flood zones, what's going to change for you is building codes. They are moving from a 12-inch freeboard, which is 1 foot, which is pretty standard from FEMA across the country, to a 2-foot freeboard, which is a pretty significant freeboard. That means you're going to start seeing, when you see new construction around, you're going to start seeing houses that have potentially foundations exposed or a lot higher than surrounding houses. So for the city, we'll have to address really how people address water on their lot. And it also means a severe impact to how we address impervious cover, because right now we say vegetative filter strips are okay. Well, when you raise a structure 2 feet above the other, obviously the velocity of water is a lot faster. And so you have the propensity to potentially flood your neighbors. And so we're going to have to look at our building and development codes.
Okay, I just think that we need to make sure that an article goes out in the newsletter that goes into depth. I think that to say, to just use terms without defining them would not be good for a lot of people. I was chastised already for people who were not tech savvy and their ability to even find council members right now. And so I think in our newsletter, and we may need to start doing some paper newsletters for some of these other people, because it is a challenge, especially with our older residents who don't get online, to know this. And a lot of them may be in the floodplain. So I think we need to do some public education about this now, especially if anybody wants to plan some construction, because the rules are going to change so dramatically, and it may become expensive or impossible for people to do anything. So I think that's a really important piece of information to get out to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sylvia, I in a complete agreement with what Councilmember Gonzalez just said, this might also be important enough that it justifies newsletter, and to the issue of paper, maybe it is something that we include in a bill or in something that we know everybody gets and everybody is very likely to open and acknowledge as something that is more than just noteworthy, but potentially has a financial or other impact to the resident. And then also follow up with an agenda item where you give a very clear presentation that provides, whether it's a PDF summary or a slide deck, something that we can allow to live on the homepage for a period of time and that elected officials can use to push and share through places like Facebook and email.
Will do.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for Sylvia on this item before she moves through the rest of her administrative report? Okay, Sylvia, continue.
Okay, there was a question as to SFC and their expenses. Their contract does allow for an administrative adjustment so long as the total doesn't exceed. So this is SFC's amended budget. They will be expending their full budget, or they expect to expend their full budget this year. Topic number 3 was the move of administrative staff to Public Works.
Before you move to item 3, let me grab the porta potty item that's on your report. Just and I'll take that one since that was mine. So one question that I got, I think 2 or 3 times in the last 12 months related to the porta potties that sit and they're visible from 290. And so I'd had residents ask, 1, why are they still there when the farmers market closes? 2, is there any other place we can put them where they're not so visible to the public? 3, is this a public safety concern because of COVID and or the homeless population, transients, visibility, questions of that sort. So one thing that I had asked through budget process and my own research was, what would it cost for us to absorb through our TDS contract? I was curious if it might be cheaper and or allow us to have a more efficient control over that porta potty being dropped on Saturday and picked up on Saturday, so that it's not there outside of the window of when it's being used. The answer we got back is it's not cheaper. It was much more expensive. And so rather than putting it out as something in the budget, I included it in the admin report so that the public and council members could see what we heard back from TDS, and so that elected officials and residents can balance that. So we don't pay more money. The compromise is we have to look at the porta potty sometimes through Monday. And I think there have been times where I see it as late as Tuesday. And then we have to have a certain amount of grace and understanding that SFC, they don't have boots on the ground outside of Saturday. So when that porta potty does sit a little bit longer, understandably, they don't know that. So if that is something that is important to elected officials or residents, we need to find a way to address that through the contractor staff to ensure that that gets picked up. But it's not currently managed by us, it's managed by SFC, and they do not use TDS. So there's two arm's lengths removal from Sunset Valley staff members for those 2 porta potties that are there each week. And that's all I have on that. Sylvia, if you want to go to your last item, and then we'll move to Public Works and Public Safety.
Yes, so administrative staff has begun the move to Public Works. We have reorganized and shifted, so the concern about office space is no longer a concern. Sam and Daniel still have their office space, and there's a space for everybody. Again, most of what is the move is just the bodies and the computers. We will be going through a digitization effort throughout the year and the next year, and Suzanne has already begun that process. Tanya's process also has print. We're going to start storing within the software, which has that capability, so moving more and more to a paperless environment. 12 Reese, again, we received complaints of animal abuse, and so we have looked into that. There are some zoning violations that still need to be remedied, and we are in contact with the residents. And I received an anonymous complaint about a fire hazard and a floodway hazard, and allegedly they reported us to the state and to FEMA. I just want to give everybody the information that the resident has already made an arrangement to deal with the brush and is going to start getting that chipped. There's a chipper that's supposed to be arriving to do that. So the issue should be resolved, I'm hoping by the end of the month, and the replatting the zoning issue should be resolved by the latter part of January. There's some deed restrictions on the property. It can't be sold till after December, I'm told. So they're going to do it as fast as possible after that restriction is lifted.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Sylvia? And Sylvia, when you get anonymous and or when residents aren't entering things into the citizen portal based on the approval that council gave at the last meeting, are you and staff now trained that when you get stuff, even if it's anonymous, that it gets entered there so that we're tracking it?
Yes, we're entering it like that anonymous letter. I entered it under my name. So there's a report that goes in.
Great. And then when can council expect on a regular frequency to start seeing the citizen portal report so that they can see what's opened and what the timing and the content of the resolution that staff provided?
I would say the first week of November. That gives us time to give the report and make sure resolution has occurred.
Thank you. And Joy, I actually see that you are still here, so thank you. I think I made a comment earlier about the contract, thinking that maybe you had left. So if you could work with Sylvia on that tomorrow so that we can have it on our next agenda and hopefully get that approved quickly for you. And Chief, is he still here? Chief Carter, would you like to give the PD report?
Yes, Mayor, I would. Sunset Valley Elementary School is going to begin in-person classes the week of October 5th. School's been out a while, so we've kind of gotten used to not having a lot of the before and after school traffic on Jones, but that's going to pick back up on the 5th of October. The police department is meeting with the school faculty or school staff Friday the 18th, and we're going to go over the traffic plan to try to cut down on some of the problems that we have at the beginning of the school year. If any of the elected officials or any of the residents want to, I believe I know most of the issues that occur with the parking and the traffic, but if there's an issue that someone wants to discuss, they can call me. I'll be glad to bring it up during the meeting on Friday with the school staff. And that's pretty much all I have.
Thank you, Chief. And I'm going to wait to see if we have any questions on the school stuff. Councilmember Rosengarten?
It was brought up by Miriam Paredes as a solution to some of the traffic issues on Jones Road to direct traffic behind the elementary school. Anybody have an update on that and what's going on with that?
Rudy, are you, sorry, Councilmember Rosengarten, do you mean where we would have to create additional street to allow the cars to loop, or where the school just utilizes the side road?
Yes, just
The
utilize
existing.
what's there.
What's there right now? Chief?
No, we haven't discussed using the, you mean driving on the grass?
Or I think she's meaning utilizing Pillow Road, which I think the reason that the school hasn't done that previously is that it doesn't have ingress and egress, so it sort of forces people down a dead end road.
Yeah, we'll discuss that on Friday. Work on any kind of alternative plans that we can do. I know that came up, and I have a diagram of one traffic plan that would allow for that. So I don't know if we'll have time to create a whole new plan like that, but we'll discuss it on Friday.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief, do you know what the drop off and pickup windows are for the school, and if they've changed from previous years based on COVID?
I don't know if they've changed based on COVID, but I believe it was 7. I can't remember in the morning, and then 3:30 in the afternoon, I believe. I can't. It's been a while now, but I don't think the hours have changed.
Do we have any additional questions for Chief Carter? Thank you, Chief. And Carolyn, if you would unmute yourself and then provide the Public Works Department report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. So I just want to talk about a few things. So we do have TDS is here in Sunset Valley. They are chipping and grinding the brush pile right now. We were able to get them in a small window before they headed out to deal with hurricane damage in other parts of the country. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was, it has to do with some enforcement, is that we had some dumping of a lot of fill material by the construction project on North Sunset that borders the uplands. So in the next, not this week because we are predicting rain, But probably in the next week, you may see, we're going to let them come in and help and mitigate a lot of that material. So you may see some entry into the uplands to get that material out of there and revegetate that area. The contractor will be doing that. So I would answer any questions if anybody has any questions.
Carolyn, you're referring to the Grange condominiums?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so you're saying they dumped on the uplands, not at City Hall?
Yeah, no, they dumped on the
Got it.
uplands.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I'm really noticing, and I don't know if it's related to the Grange or whether it's related to the Montessori school, but there's a whole lot of extra driving on the north end of Reese and in the grass. And I was wondering if we should put a sign up, because when we have a lot more problems with mosquitoes when those ruts get really deep. And I'm noticing that it's getting worse. And so I'm wondering if we should put that, people shouldn't be driving on that because we have it as green space. Is that not correct?
That is, I mean, technically that is right of way, that area that's between the Montessori school and the elementary school. Obviously it's not paved. I'll look into that and see what's going on over there and see if it's the Montessori school doing a lot of work over there, or if it's some other reason that we're getting more driving back there.
I've observed people coming from that kind of corner location. That's where I sort of seen them driving around. I'm not up there a lot lately, but when I have been up there, that's what I've seen. And then we saw people, kind of driving down. But it tends to be coming. They're actually usually just as if it's a street. I've seen it both ways, come to think of it. So, both coming in off of all the way around the school, basically. And so it just seems to have had a lot more road traffic than previously. And I just thought before it just became compacted totally and rutted totally. And then, as we know, the water pools there getting worse. And then we have school children who are now going to be having Zika, fun because the mosquitoes are so bad. I just thought we should pay attention to it, and that it seemed like it might not be a bad thing to just put a sign saying, that people can't drive there. But if they can, then that's a different story, and I'd like to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Carolyn and Sylvia, I would take what Melissa said a step further and say, can you report back to us at the next meeting and tell us what we can and cannot regulate over there, since it is an unpaved road? And I would lean towards, I want to enforce the maximum of what we can, and communicate that to that condominium regime before they move in and start managing. Because I do think as we shift from construction to ownership and being owner occupied, I'd like to sort of get in front of that and make it very clear to them that we don't want them using that as a road for service or maintenance or whatever. Just let's not have it become an issue. And if we can, to the highest degree possible, control that. I'm certain that the Montessori school, if they just get a letter that tells them not to do it, they won't. But I don't know that I can say the same for the condominium ownership, since we've not worked with them yet.
Yes, we can report that back at the next council meeting.
Thank you. Carolyn, were you done with your report, or did you have anything else?
No, that's it, as long as there's no more questions.
Okay. Councilmember Ellett, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just going back, I'm kind of intrigued by the story of the Grange dumping on the uplands. How much was it? What was it? And how did we find out? And what are they? What are they going to do about it?
It's quite a bit of material that they dumped. I don't know an actual amount, but it is quite a large area that they've dumped material into. Staff discovered it when we were out just cleaning up and mowing the little trail that goes through there. And so they will be coming in to remove the fill material, and then they will have to do some additional mitigation to revegetate the area and get it back to what it was before.
And they've agreed to do that? And obviously, we have no control over their building permit because it's not our building permit, obviously, right?
Well, true, we don't have control over the building permit, but that is technically would be basically illegal dumping. And so they will be, I've spoken with them and they seem very amenable to mitigate and correct whatever it is they need to correct.
Okay, but it sounds like it's a considerable amount. It's not just one, you know.
It is not just
small-
one dumpster load.
Geez. Wow.
And so for me, this goes to the issue of my concern with the Grange when they came in years ago, and I sort of spat with them at a city council meeting. My concern is that, especially because we have it sort of fenced, it looks a little bit abandoned because of how the city manages it. I don't want the Grange to assume that that is their abandoned backyard and that that is a place that they and or their residents can use. So I think now is a good time for staff to address that as seriously as possible and report to council so that we ensure that we're maintaining control and management of our property.
And what I heard was we are not going to be out of pocket for any of the expenses for this remedial work, correct?
No, we are not going to be the ones repairing that. They are going to repair that.
Okay.
Do we have any other questions for Carolyn or for any of the staff members before we move to our next agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we are now at agenda item number 6, which is council consideration of agenda items for approval on consent. Councilmember Rosengarten.
I move to approve agenda items number 7 with corrections. That's the meeting minutes. Number 8, levy a zero city tax. Number 9, utility rates. And number 10, additional Texascape work.
We have a motion to approve on consent items number 7, 8, 9, and 10. Councilmember Ellett, are you our second?
I am the second.
Thank you. Council members, are there any requests to add to this list or a request to remove anything from this list? The motion to approve on consent is items 7 with corrections, 8, 9, and 10. Councilmember Gonzalez.
I just need a little clarity because we talked about sort of revisiting Texascape's contract. So if we approve this on consent, are we committed to a year or are we just able to do a quarter or something? That's my question. And if the answer is we're not committed to a year, then I'm all right with it going on consent.
Sylvia? Sylvia, did you want, Sylvia and or Roxy, do you want to answer that question?
I'm sorry,
Hi.
I was talking away and I was.
Yeah, this is Roxy. I can answer that question. The current contract that has already been approved by council and that we're operating under is for one additional year. I believe it ends on September 30th of 2022. Is that correct, Sylvia?
Yes.
So what we have added is the additional money that was appropriated through the budget for the additional mowing and other projects as approved, as requested and approved by the city. Now I'll let Sylvia go into a little bit more. So we're already under a contract. This is just amending that contract. It doesn't extend the contract any further.
I understand that, but we had talked about during the deliberation being able to get out of it if we decided to make someone permanent. And so I wanted to just know, are we committed to a year if we do this, and if not, if we can or we can get out of it on the quarter? That's my only question.
Sylvia, the scope change, yeah, the question is the addition of scope. Can that be ratcheted up or down, or when we add that scope, is it added for the full term of the remaining contract?
So the base scope is 39.9. There's $20,000 that can be ratcheted up or down because it's on a per project as needed basis for trail maintenance.
So there's only 20,000 that can be ratcheted.
Correct.
Okay. Well, then I'd like to pull it because that wasn't what we discussed during the budget. So yeah, I want to pull that.
And that's item number 10. Is that correct, Melissa?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, great. We'll pull that and then we'll circle back around to it. So now we have for approval on consent items number 7, 8, 9. And council members, if you would please raise your hand if you want to recommend anything be added to that list, or if anybody else wants to pull anything for need of deliberation. Council members, if you would please cast your vote in chat. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Sylvia, when you have everybody's vote, if you please read it back.
I'm just talking away.
I know, I was going to tell you, I'm pretty sure you're self-muted and talking to us.
Yep. Councilmember Gonzalez, aye. Councilmember Ellett, aye. Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Reeds, yes. Councilmember Medicus, yes.
Great, thank you. We passed unanimously approval on consent for item number 7, approval of the meeting minutes from September 1, 2020, regular meeting with amendments. Item number 8, approval of an ordinance levying taxes for the use and support of the municipal government of the city of Sunset Valley for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020, and apportioning each levy for the specific purpose with this action. And item number 9, approval of an ordinance adopting water, wastewater, solid waste, recycling, and drainage utility rates for residential and commercial customers of the city of Sunset Valley, Texas for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 with action. This now brings us to item number 10. Consider an act on an amendment to the Texascapes Inc. contract contingent upon fiscal year 2021 budget approval. Sylvia, if you could start by just assuming there's somebody new in the room who just doesn't even know the history. So if you could tell us when they bid last, how long the contract term is for, what the scope changes, and how that affects any of the previously existing and approved contractual terms. And that's for you and or Roxy.
Okay, so the original RFP went out in July of 2019. The contract period began in October of 2019. In the contract, there was a contract renewal period that began in June of 2020 to coincide with a budgeting process. So apparently already something in discussion. So one of the considerations was mowing the residential right-of-way and then also the green spaces because of fire hazard, et cetera, et cetera. Mr. Fadal gave a owner of Texascapes, who is a local Sunset Valley resident, gave an itemized list to contract for the right-of-way of 39,962. We cleaned up some areas, City Hall Rain Garden, for example, they're not mowing, so they've added 34 lone oak. They've been doing that. And then the green space projects are available on a per project, per needed basis that would be managed again, either by Carolyn, most likely by Sam, for $20,038. So the total amount would not exceed $60,000, which is what is in the approved budget. There's a comparison that's included in the backup that shows the Texascapes cost of $60,000 versus 2 additional maintenance techs and the mowers, weed eaters, blowers, parts, oil, and fuel that would take for the city of Sunset Valley. And this is based on hours of annual use based on 2 full-time people, and that total is $99,520 and 67 cents.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I think my question sort of, I guess it was the whether we could do this on a quarterly basis. That was what we had discussed during the workshop, where we would see, how things were going, and we'd be able to review. And if we needed someone, we could do that. But now when I'm hearing here, and the other thing is, I'm sorry. What I rose my hand for is the backup isn't on the link. So if residents, because I was following along in that, and when I click, it's a 404. So I will put out that people can't see this off the agenda. So that was the first thing.
Matt corrected that as of about 7 o'clock today.
I'm sorry?
Matt has corrected that as of about 7 o'clock today.
I'm just saying right this minute, I clicked on it and I got a 404 link.
Matt, will you check that?
So, because I clicked on it to answer my own question. Anyway, moving back along. So when we were discussing this during the workshop, we were going to, monitor to see how this was going, and then if we needed to change things, we might. And so I was just trying to allow for whether we could, in fact, address that in our contract, where we don't have to commit to an entire year. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
So I think the issue was whether or not we would still need additional staff when the Texascapes contract was agreed upon. And the discussion was, let's see how Texascape goes. If we still believe we need another person, then bring on another person.
I guess I'm still asking for flexibility on this contract. Just, it is, if we have more flexibility in staff, it gives us flexibility, not having to commit to a year, and structuring it where we see how it goes and we see if it's worthwhile and if what we're getting works. That I just think it's a structuring issue, and that there's advantage to being able to structure it where we do it by the quarter. So that's my, it's a new thing. It's a thing that some of us question. A lot of residents have questioned it. And I think being able to structure this where we do it on a quarterly basis makes sense given the amount of questions people have. Thank you.
So we did not discuss this contract on a quarterly basis with Texascape. So we'd have to go back. If that's what the council so decides, we'd have to go back to Texascape.
Roxy, you keep raising your hand, but you don't need to raise your hand. You just need to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. This is Roxy. So the contract that we have with Texascapes is a contract that was deliberated and considered and voted upon by the city council back in I believe, September of 2019. The agreement was made on the first day of October 2019 for a term of 36 months. And obviously the council had to approve that term in order to approve this contract. That being said, within the contract, there are abilities at certain points within the contract to deviate or amend by mutual agreement the services and materials, et cetera, that would be provided upon. But of course, it has to be negotiated and by mutual agreement. So you do have that within the current contract that is in effect until 2022. There's also an article in there that does allow for termination of the contract by written notice by either party at least 60 days before the effective date of such termination. So you do have that as well. Those are usual terms in contracts such as these. So if the renegotiation of this contract you want to consider quarterly, that's something that you and the council, or rather the council, the governing body, would consider at the time of renegotiation. This particular contract states that it's automatically renewed on a year-to-year basis if the Texascapes has not received some sort of renegotiation or a written termination from the city. So that's something to consider, and that's usually something that's brought up at the end of the 36 or prior to the end of the 36-month term. So those are embedded in there, and there's some flexibility in embedded in this current contract. But as it is, it's a 36-month term that was done from October 1, 2019.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
I just wanted to be clear that I was only talking about the amendment, not the contract. I have no desire to change the contract, merely the amendment to being a quarterly situation. So I'm sorry I wasn't clear about that.
Do we have any additional comments or questions on this item? And if not, do we have a motion? Councilmember Rosengarten.
I move to approve agenda item number 10.
We have a motion to approve agenda item number 10. Do we have a second? Councilmember Reitz.
I will second.
Thank you. Do we have any additional comments or questions? Councilmember Ellett.
No, I was trying to second it, but
Thank you.
came in second.
Do you have any additional comments on this item? Seeing none, council members, would you please cast your votes? All those in favor say aye, those opposed say nay. And Sylvia, if you would please read the vote back once you have it.
Councilmember Gonzalez, aye. Councilmember Reitz, yes. Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Medicus, yes. Councilmember Ellett, aye.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. We are now at item number 11, presentation, council deliberation, and possible action regarding a potential future development plan for the area known as the Homestead. Sylvia, I will allow you to start. And Councilmember Ellett and Reitz, since you are the co-sponsors of this, I will also unmute both of you. So if you would please make sure your mics stay muted unless you intend to speak. Sylvia?
Thank you, Mayor. The area known as Homestead is also known as Upper Cougar Creek. So for those folks that aren't familiar, it is the area behind La Madeleine Restaurant. It was part of an agreement with the Weaver family when the acres were deeded back in February of 1998. There are some restrictions on the property. It can only be used for nonprofit conservation, water quality, flood control, and landscaping purposes. And there shall be no construction permitted on the property other than things for water quality, flood control, and landscaping. And the easements discussed are for drainage. It was the intent to allow water, because it is in a floodway area, to continue to allow free drainage through that particular area. So much discussion has happened when I first got here about the Uplands and Homestead Park and what was one and what was the other and what was the intent. There's a lot of talk about we don't have a downtown area. The downtown area is the retail center, et cetera, et cetera. The farmer's market is too far from the retail area. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion as to what this area could potentially be used for. And when I first got here, the word was nothing. We can't do anything. We can't do anything. But exploring the deed restrictions and exploring what FEMA's best practices are for that area, there are some beautifications that can happen within that area that would allow a much more improved use. So FEMA encourages things that are within floodways to stay open and expansive and really be green space use. And so some of the ideas for this area is a natural step amphitheater that fits. It's a landscaping improvement and also drainage improvement because it'll keep water flowing in a particular direction. An educational component, butterfly, duck gardens here, an area for art in the public places through maybe the placement of some bollards because this is ERW and it is a rather busy street. You can see that the property is already surrounded by walkable trails, and only a portion of the property is subject to no construction. There is a portion of the property closest to ERW where my cursor is that does lend itself to construction. Similar parks and floodways, I keep referring to Buffalo Bayou, which is near a body of water, which does have a lot more water flowing through it, but they've constructed things within the park like listen, relax, calm, and they're made out of marine grade bumpers so that when water flows through them, they essentially just rinse off. So any construction within this particular area would have that same type of construction methodology. There is a concern about parking in this area, and that's something that would need to be addressed. And then also this pond, there's 2 ponds that are here, both belong to the shopping center. So we would need to enter into some sort of agreement where we could use that as a natural habitat space, just as an educational component or draw within this entire area. So I will turn it over to Councilmember Reeds and Councilmember Ellett at this time.
Thank you, Sylvia. I think this came about as a concept. What can we do to provide the residents a meeting place that is central, number one, that could be used for various purposes, but totally in line with our environmental concerns and our environmental conditions that we put on ourselves so rightfully so. Secondly, it was also determined, could this be an attraction that would make our shopping centers that much more visible, and people wanted to come spend some time in the shopping centers and also then go on to spend money in the various stores and restaurants. And what we're looking for here is essentially to start the process of exploring what this could be used for. Doing research on what the legal requirements are, what the environmental requirements are, and coming back with some ideas in a presentation that we can then turn over to the residents and to the committees for their input, their review, and their suggestions. So that was the intent behind this, and I'll leave that there and turn it over to my colleague, Councilmember Reeds, on this.
Thank you, Councilmember Ellett. Yes, I think you covered the major points. This is the closest area to our downtown, and it's the most centrally located for all sections of the city. And so I think there's a lot of possibility here. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done with the legal restrictions and the deed restrictions to just explore that and to ensure these are the types of things that we can do there. I also want to note that this was approved in this year's budget. It was put on hold because of COVID, but it was approved to do that, and it was approved at a $30,000 budget. And so I'm not sure why that was a surprise to some of the committees, but I saw that the Planning and Environmental Committee thought it was a surprise. But this was in the current year's budget. So, but this is just a start, and this is not to circumvent any committee, because I would see the Planning and Environmental Committee getting involved with this, the CED committee getting involved with this, and I really think this could be a wonderful attraction. It could be a lovely way to spend your day, listen to music, and I just think the possibilities here are so much greater than what they are now. So, so what we are suggesting is that we have some exploratory work being done and to see what could be possible there.
Anything else that the sponsors or Sylvia want to add before I move to other council members and residents who want to speak?
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember Medicus.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, a public environmental committee did look at this, and the reason that it wasn't moved forward was because we were instructed to look at a bronze budget and prioritize. So this didn't make the top of the priority list. So it wasn't necessarily a surprise. I think it was a surprise it was being pulled out because P&E was recommending that this space, along with the Valley Creek Park and the park behind City Hall, be included in the Parks and Green Space Master Plan. And their concern was, why was this being pulled out separately? And I'd like to see us look at the big picture of all of the city-owned property and look at this more comprehensively and put this into a comprehensive plan and scheduling out of when we're going to do what with what piece of property. So that those are the concerns I got back from planning environmental.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments on this? Councilmember Rosengarten?
I just want to say that this is a beautiful area, and I'm so grateful that Councilmember Ellett and REITs are looking at this as sponsors for working on something viable within the retail area, because the whole idea is to help the retail, bring an experience to the retail. So if people are having an event near the retail area, both can benefit. So thank you. And thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you.
Okay. I agree with what Councilmember Medica said. I think that it needs to be part of a comprehensive plan where everything flows together. I think that one of the ways that we want to look at our city, especially in our public spaces, is the entire L. And I think that we obviously voted money for it. Last year it came in at on the mayor's idea at the last minute, but it's been in the planning of P&E for many years, and I think it's strange to sort of yank something out of context. Obviously, everybody likes this piece of property, and everybody wants it to become a viable situation. It's just doing it in order, and I think particularly paying attention to what the theme of our city is going to be. That we're paying a quarter, $230,000 to figure out what we're going to spin our town towards. And I think having that unique selling point as part of how we engage our park, which will be the centerpiece of that, is really critical. And so for me, it's a little cart before the horse. I think I certainly support the development of this area. I just think that we should know what we're organizing around before we start building. And so I think that's a very important piece, because let's say we did something of a rural theme in our area. That could be a lot of what we organize this park for. If we don't go that route and we go a different route where we say this is it, well, then maybe that's what's sort of decorating the park. So that's kind of I think the canvas of that, and in fact it should inform all our public spaces. If we went with the mayor's idea of the double heads, the two heads of the violet crown, well, then that's kind of coloring it. So you really, I think, need to know before you throw money at something like this what your theme is going to be, and I think the theme ought to tie to our unique selling point. So that's just, it's not that I don't support it, I do, but I think that it could be the gem that relates to the way we package our city. And I think it's really important that we have that information before we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. If we, if something is approved tonight, I understand how that occurs. If this money is not utilized in portion or total, does it transfer into the next budget? Does this line item, the budget that we approved for next year, does it still include this allocated amount?
No, so we would need to encumber this amount, otherwise it would just fall to fund balance.
Okay. And so there's just that for council members to consider. And I don't disagree with anything that's been said tonight. The only thing that I feel strongly about that I've seen pop up a handful of times this year and certainly in the past is the politics of committees and how council members, committees, and residents refer to things as being owned by a committee. And I just disagree with that completely, especially stuff like this. It's public space. It's space that has value. It's space that has restrictions, which means there is a public safety aspect. There is a community and economic development aspect. There is a planning and environmental aspect. There is a budget and finance aspect. And I imagine there's also a public works aspect, which means there is no committee that has been given this property. This is not P&E's property. It's not P&E's project. I do believe that P&E earlier this year, as part of the green space dashboard, helping within their committee, and also as in providing advice to council, helping with that project, which I believe Carolyn was spearheading. And so certainly the committee should be providing input, but just as the Christmas lights don't belong to CED or Arts Commission, this involves money, development, and community use that also potentially ties into our economic vitality with the commercial center and potentially with the Violet Crown Trail in the future, which means it's something that deserves as much public attention as possible. It should be on council agendas. It should be driven by council and council direction. Rob Johnson.
Hello. I think I hear a lot of things I mentioned in my statement being batted around up here. I wasn't suggesting that anyone owns any particular property or facet of, what we do as a city, but, to not involve those committees when something definitely is down their alley. It's like, I'm on Arts Commission, and if we decide to do something with the arts and that popped up on City Council's agenda, and we would sit in the Arts Commission and just say, oh, hey, we got 10 people here interested in the arts, so interested that we volunteer on a committee to do so, we feel a little neglected or overlooked. So that was my point about, planning and environmental not really having any idea or not being consulted or anything like that. I also have a question, like, I guess this has been brought up and, the development of this property. For all the open spaces that we have that aren't currently marked as like conservation areas or official green spaces or something, is there a requirement that every square foot of undeveloped land has to be developed into something? Like, is that part of, like, I don't know, being a city that I just don't understand? Because it just seems like everyone just, like, needs to develop every single piece of property.
No, the unequivocal answer to that is no. The uplands in this property receive attention. In the 12 years that I lived in the city, nothing has been developed, but there has been, an ebb and flow of conversation for these two properties in particular because of their proximity to public traffic in the commercial district. So these two properties have continued to get attention to see, is there any way that we could have, and development may even be a strong word, the communication and conversation within the city has been, is there a way to utilize these properties, even if it was just for art and public spaces or something that is visual, without taking away from the environmental protections?
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like sometimes what gets lost is there is a value to undeveloped land. Like, I don't see Upper Cougar Creek and say, man, I really want to get in there and hang out. There's tons of trail space that I run and I still get lost back there, and my kids and I get lost back there, like riding bikes, and it's really fun, and that's kind of like developed. But this is kind of nice. It acts as a very nice buffer between the noise of Brody and the people of the villas. So I don't know, that I kind of like that it's just kind of untouched, and it's probably never been touched in, since, thousands of years, and it's just been there. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Alfonso Carmona.
Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. Again, I think that this point and this topic is tough because if we remember years ago, 3 years ago, when we were talking about uplands, they authorized $34,500. And after that, they made one study about uplands. And we met with people, we discussed a lot, and they present one report. Nice project. But not necessarily all the community was agree. So this is why I think we didn't move on with the uplands. At this moment, we came to another place. I like it. I can see real nice and very honest opinion, much better than uplands. But what happened here? We are not the owners. And today I hear we will explore. So we don't have a lot of facts. We will explore legal aspects and other kind of things. So my suggestion is why we don't explore ourselves before we spend $30,000 with one company or somebody that will let us a nice project, because they only produce projects and dreams, but not necessarily that will be the reality. So my suggestion in this case, I think that we need to do a little more homework. Looks pretty, looks incredible. I was this weekend there. I was walking. I saw the pond, and I was thinking the dangers that it could be if some people, if we don't enclose that place. But this is real nice. Now, with the flood, I used to be in Bastrop, and in Bastrop we have the Fisherman Park. And in Fisherman Park used to be flood. We used to have 27 feet of water above the park. And it was maybe every 1 or 2 years that we used to have that problem from the Colorado River. So here, I don't believe that we will have that problems for flooding. But I think that at this moment, my suggestion is, look, wait until we will cover that. We are not the owners. What will be the compromise from the owners? We don't need to explore a lot of legal aspects. We need to watch at this moment before we spend the money and try to hear the community. Again, not political. This is a political, but we need to take that in good way, and we need to be fair. We need to listen, and again, I hope that we will come to good agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Medicus?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to be clear. I'm not opposed to this idea at all. I just, and I was not implying that any one committee owns any project. It is a citywide project. As the liaison to that committee, I was just relaying what their actions were and their discussion for information only. As a council member, I'd like to see us look at the big picture. So analyzing all of the spaces that could be used by our residents and the public. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ellett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've listened to the comments and I appreciate every one of them. Let me just reiterate what the intent here is, and I'd ask Councilmember Reeds to join me if I misspeak or get something wrong. The intent here is to do some preliminary work, both from a legal and environmental point of view, to see what we can do here, and possibly the outcome of that have some type of preliminary artist rendering that would be open to comments, suggestions, feedback, particularly from the various committees and also the residents. What we're asking to do is to provide, the groundwork for considering and making a decision on a development that's in keeping with our natural environment here and our views on the environment. It could be both a meeting place, a gathering spot, an entertainment spot for our residents, and also, as Councilmember Rosengarten brought up, a boon to our retail establishments. With that in mind, I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and encumber the amount of $30,000 that was in this year's budget that has not been spent, to do three things. One is to do the legal work on this to make sure we can do what we think or we may want to do. Number two, to take into account all the environmental concerns. And number three, come back with a artist rendering, a very rough one, that we can give to the various committees and also to the residents to comment on, so that we can encapsulate what their concerns are, what they would like, what they want to see, before we would move to the next stage after that. So that's a motion I would like to put on the table. And I think I'm sensitive to all of the comments made, and I hope that motion encapsulates those comments. So I would put that motion out there.
Yes, and I will second that motion. I am hopeful that what this motion does is kind of take some of this preliminary work away to see what is the possibilities, what are the possibilities of this. And what I'm hopeful then is that we get committees that are excited about doing some things with this and really looking at this could be a real jewel. And I am sensitive to some of the comments. I don't believe this is out of order in the sense that we did develop a plan, a conceptual plan for the uplands, and we didn't have a master plan in place at the time. And so I'm not, I'm okay with going ahead and doing this preliminary work. I mean, we may find that it is so onerous to do anything that it's not worth our time. But we may find that, oh, great, there are some fabulous possibilities. So I would like to do that exploration. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm fine with encumbering this money. I just think that it would be better spent if we do it in line with our what we do it this year, but we do it in line with after our marketing. So I have no problem. It's just my friendly amendment is that we move forward with spending the money to do the drawings after we've come up with the unique selling point, because we're spending all this other money, and I just think they ought to be integrated. So I have no problem moving forward with it, but I just think that it's the order of things that would be helpful, because if we're going to have to spend $30,000 for drawings and things like that, I think it's good to have that piece of information before we move forward. So that's my only friendly request, is that I'm fine with moving forward with it. I just wish we would do it after we have the USP. And I'd like the sponsors and co-sponsors to take that into consideration.
Could you be clear on what you want? It's one thing to ask them to take something into consideration. If you're asking for an amendment to the motion,
I'm asking them to amend it to where the drawings don't take place until after we have the USP.
Councilmember Ellett, you're the motion maker. Do you agree with that amendment?
No, I think I don't see how they're linked. I think the marketing company I have the greatest respect for. We've chosen an excellent marketing company. Their job is to market the city. Their job is not to determine what we develop and not develop, I guess would be my answer to that. I appreciate Councilmember Gonzalez being in the spirit of this proposal, and I would prefer the motion to stay as outlined.
Thank you. Helen Bessie, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm actually kind of excited to see something happen there, but I do want to suggest strongly, and my past work is that environmental work is that we used to conduct what we call fatal flaw analyses for companies who were looking to permit a coal mine or whatever. And in that fatal flaw analysis, we looked for the critical things that would stop the project before all the money got spent in the planning. So I think the things that are most concerned to me right now are the environmental issues, because that has all been filled in. It's probably very unstable. It used to be a creek there, and then we Dr. Weaver filled it in, and he took a lot of it back out because of a lawsuit a long time ago. That's okay. But until you know the environmental constraints, then there's no reason to go forward. Once you know the environmental constraints, then you look into the legal constraints. And if there's no issue there, then you look into putting it out to the public, to the committees, to see what they would like there. You can suggest, yeah, wouldn't this look great? But you can do that on a chalkboard. You don't need an artist rendering. So I'm a little concerned that you're spending money on outside, well, you'd have to have outside folks to do the environmental and the legal, I guess. I'm concerned that you're putting the cart before the horse, because you don't really know if there's some fatal flaw in this piece of land where you can't really do anything at all. And I just really want to caution you about moving forward without having that information first. Thank you.
Ellen, this is Wanda Reitz. How would we know if there's a fatal flaw without doing some investigation? And that is what this money would be applied toward.
I know I'm not saying don't spend any money at all. I'm saying I would say the environmental is your critical one, because you're doing it in a creek.
Right.
Look at the environmental first, and then so allocate the money to do the environmental. If you get past the environmental and there's no fatal flaws, then you go to the legal and you make sure there's no legal constraints. And then once you get past those fatal flaws, then you go into the artist rendering. To put the money into an artist rendering right now, or into a marketing firm, without having those basic environmental and legal issues resolved first, I think is not a very good use of a city budget. I'm just saying do the fatal flaw analyses first and then move forward. I think it's a great idea to have this land being used like that, where it would benefit us, and it would also benefit our shopping centers and the people who are going to be using the Violet Crown Trail. But just please don't put all your eggs in one basket and then find out, oh, we spent all this money and oops, we can't do anything.
Are you done, Helen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reitz?
I think, Helen, you make some excellent points, and that is certainly what should be included in this allotted money, is the environmental study and also the legal aspects. And and you're right, before we don't want to put the cart before the horse. So I think that makes excellent sense. So yes.
And I don't currently see any other people who have their hands raised. If there's anybody else who wants to speak to this issue or the motion that's on the table, please raise your hands. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Councilmember, can you hear me? Councilmember Reitz?
We
Yeah.
can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay, so I agree with you, Councilmember Reitz, and if that's the way you're going to proceed, that changes things for me. Because if that's the way that you're going to phrase the motion, where first you'll be doing the environmental and then you'll be doing the legal and that things, then I can support that. That's in the order of things, and rather than just like hiring a park group and saying make a project here. So if you're rephrasing it to where that's the way that we're going to proceed, I would like to have that in the motion so that it makes sense to people, and that would be wonderful. Thank you.
So I'd have to listen to our original motion, but I do believe that Councilmember Ellett talked about the environmental part of it and the legal part of it. So is that correct, Councilmember Ellett?
Yes, that was my intent, and I would concur with Helen Bessie's comments. That makes a lot of sense to me, and it's a logical flow path to adopt. We certainly wouldn't want to get down far into the process and realize we have an environmental issue or an environmental, handicap to this. So the logical flow makes sense to me. You do the environmental work, you make sure that there's no gating items, and that once you assume there's no gating items, then you make sure there are no legal gating items, and then after those two are done, you can then certainly say, here's some actress renderings taking into account those conditions haven't been satisfied, that we could then send to the various committees and to the residents to comment on. So I'm in agreement with the process there. It's a very logical one to me. And you're right, Councilmember Reed, I did say in the motion that we would include environmental and legal studies.
Okay, do we have any additional comments? And Sylvia, can you either read back or type the motion so that we are very clear on exactly what council members are voting on this evening? And if you're talking to us, we can't hear you.
I'm typing, hang on just a second.
Okay. So we're going to hold for just a second so that the city administrator can type the motion so the motion maker and second can confirm, and so that other council members can be clear on exactly what they're voting on. And before we call the vote, we'll also read the motion for any of our attendees who are possibly on via phone only.
Okay, here is the motion. Councilmember Ellett, Councilmember Reeds, does that motion capture what your intent was?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and so before I call for the vote, I'll read the motion. The motion is motion to encumber $30,000 from the fiscal year 1920 budget to proceed with environmental and legal research, fatal flaw planning, in the area known as Homestead Upper Cougar Creek. Council members, if you would please cast your votes via chat, and Sylvia, if you would read them back once you have them. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay.
Okay, Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Medicus, yes. Councilmember Gonzalez, aye. Councilmember Reeds, yes. Councilmember Ellett, aye.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. We are now at item number 12. Consider and act on an amendment to the hotel occupancy tax grant application and process for approval. And this is sponsored by Councilmember Medicus, so I will hand it over to Sylvia. And Councilmember Medicus, I will unmute you so the two of you can make sure the presentation is complete before we open the floor for discussion.
So thank you, Mayor. The agenda item before you is just that. It's a revamp of the process for hotel occupancy tax funds, the policy, and the forms that we use. So I'll start off with process. Proposed process requires the city administrator to review each proposal to ensure it complies with all state mandated requirements prior to submission directly to the, this should say to the Budget and Finance Committee. So the issue arose with SFC as to whether or not any of the items were actually fundable, and we went through a lot of questions this year. So part of the process should be that administration vets those things before they even see the light of day to ensure that they have completed a checkoff. The policy, the proposed policy that we are putting forward is that the events actually align with the city's goals and visions established at the retreat. It's great to have events, but if they're outliers or anomalies, then we really have to think about, is that the best expense of a resource? And then simplification of the forms. They aren't electronic right now, so we would streamline them into Adobe Fillable to be submitted electronically, and that we can track them as well. So Councilmember Medicus, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you, Sylvia. This was came from the April meeting where Councilmember Elliott brought up the direction to staff to redo these. So I helped Sylvia look at these, and basically it's looking at our lodging industry holistically and cleaning up the approval process, making it more clear about what the expenditure will do for tourism for our city. And then having the fillable format, I think, would be really helpful. That's all I had.
Great, thank you.
So there is an
Sylvia, were you wanting to add something else?
yes, this submission should read to the Budget and Finance Committee before the City Council. This
Councilmember Rosengarten.
I just wanted to say that I like this. What I like the most is on page 14 of 24, where they break down the existing process and then the proposed process. It's got the blue bars at the top there. Perfect. I really like where they added verified for completeness and appropriateness. Does it deserve HUD funds? And then at the bottom where they switched the last two tabs, instead of reimbursing first and then getting a report, we have to get a report first and then we will reimburse the expense. That was great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Do we have any additional comments on this item? Do we have anything else that we need to discuss? I don't see a motion. I see Karen down at the bottom. Okay, Karen. Councilmember Medicus, are you going to make a motion for us this evening?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd make a motion that we approve the recommended changes to the application guidelines and format for the hotel occupancy tax funds application.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Councilmember
I
Reed?
will second.
Thank you. That opens it for discussion. So we currently have a motion to approve the agenda item as presented in the backup. If there's any additional discussion, questions, or commentary on this item, if you please raise your hand. Sylvia, my question is, in your opinion, does this change in any way who would be eligible or who would be awarded?
No, those still go for review. At retreat, time, as we set council goals and council direction, where council wants to go for that coming year. That would just be one of the policy guidelines that we review. But no, that it doesn't exclude anybody from applying.
Could you translate what you just said? It felt like a government answer.
So every year in November, when we go to retreat, the council puts forward goals that they want to achieve. And everything that we're working on should move in concert with those goals. The Hot Fund Award should be no different. If we're really focused on one particular aspect of tourism, we should be hoping to fund those things first. It does not at all say you can't apply for the funds. It doesn't say the people that have currently been awarded funds won't get awarded again. It's just an annual review for completeness and appropriateness.
So if it doesn't change people who are currently getting funds, but it's supposed to somehow be connected to an annual goal, how do you see that? Because I sort of hear this as, this sounds good in theory, but we don't actually have that many Hot Fund applicants. So how would this change, just looking at who we currently have in the mix, which is Arts Commission, JDRF, and SFC?
Well, I think anybody who applies may or may not be funded every year. I mean, a guarantee of funding isn't there. SFC.
And you think that would be coming as high up as the retreat each year? You anticipate that starting this year at the retreat, council members are actually going to discuss hypothetically who would you like to fund?
No, it's not
this fiscal year, but
no, it's not who would you like to fund, but rather what would we like to fund? What do we see our goals for this year matching? i.e., if this year we really want to focus on public safety and pursuing that Sunset Valley is the safest place to shop, et cetera, then maybe one of the things we fund is related to public safety and not JDRF or not Arts Commission or not anyone who just comes in to apply.
So at the retreat, we're typically discussing what do we want to do in the next calendar year, but hot funds are approved prior to that retreat for the upcoming fiscal year. So at the retreat, are you suggesting that they would be discussing how they want hot funds to be approved at the end of that fiscal year for the next fiscal year?
Yeah, we'd be in arrears. I don't know, Karen, do you want to jump into that?
Yeah, I mean, this is for moving forward into the next cycle for funding. So this really it is just a cleanup of the application form and doesn't change really anything other than having a more streamlined process and clearer guidelines. So this really probably wouldn't even come into play until the budget season, which would be in the summer of 2021. Unless council wants to accept applications for hot funds throughout the year, but typically in the budget year, in the budget process.
So thank you, Councilor Medicus. That makes more sense to me, that it wouldn't actually come into play at the retreat, but instead it would come into play at the next sort of on the schedule that we're used to.
Correct.
So under this motion, it would still, the application would come in, city administrator would review it for completeness. It would then go to budget and finance and they would make the recommendation. So that also is not changing.
Correct.
Okay, and so now for me, the elephant in the room on this issue is typically budget and finance, especially under the direction of Michael Francis, he doesn't really enjoy getting into hot fund applicants, or the awarding of hot funds. Is there any way we could, I mean, as a council member, I actually am interested in who we fund because I think the type of events that we bring into the city, although it may not be great amounts of money, offering an event $5,000 to $20,000, it can make a huge difference in what events we have in the city throughout the year. Do either of you have any recommendations for how we could make sure that council or residents get to have some sort of input so it's not done completely within the silo of budget and finance committee?
Well, budget and finances, their whole meetings are open to the public. And so our intention here was not to change the whole process, but to clean up the application and make it clear what our guidelines are and to state our city's vision. So council could decide a different process before we get to budget next year, but really this is the same process except for making sure it's complete before it goes to budget and finance, and then also getting the post-event report before we start making reimbursements. So I'm
And
not
Sylvia,
sure what you're looking for.
That's the only thing that concerns me is that we haven't really changed anything about how residents or council gets involved in what's being awarded. Sylvia, is there anything in this that in your opinion changes how we weight what entities get funded or how much they get funded? Because I want to make sure that we're not changing that.
No, we're not. We had originally discussed internal versus external, and we did not make any changes to that.
Okay, great. Councilmember Rosengarten?
Just in defense.
We lost you. There. Could you start over, please, Councilmember Rosengarten?
Yes, just in defense of the Budget and Finance Committee and Michael Francis, they are working off of a form that they created. They were asked and tasked to come up with a form that different organizations would have to fill out to see if they met the two-step, the Texas two-step. And so the form was created from the Budget and Finance Committee. So when people came to the Budget and Finance Committee asking for funds, they said, okay, have you filled out this form? And they would then follow the form to say yes or no. And they only recommend, council always makes the final decision. So, and we're always appreciative of the Budget and Finance Committee looking for the best recommendation possible to bring forward to council. Thank you.
Do we have any additional input on this item before we call for a vote? Councilmembers, if you would please cast your vote via chat, and Sylvia, if you would read the vote back once you have it. And actually, Sylvia, before I call for the vote, would you please read the motion into the record so that it's clear to everybody what we're voting on?
Consider an act on an amendment to the hotel occupancy tax grant application and process for approval. Okay, Councilmember Medicus, yes. Councilmember Ellett, aye. Councilmember Rosengarten, aye. Councilmember Gonzalez, aye. Councilmember Reeds, yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Councilmember Medicus?
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to adjourn.
Councilmember Ellett, are you our second?
Second.
Thank you. Councilmembers, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. If everybody would please cast your vote so that we can call the time. Sylvia, would you confirm if you have a yay from all of our council members?
Yay from all of our council members.
Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned at 8:54 p.m. Thank you and good night.
Good night.